do that's kind of, that's the best way to do it.
We call the Tipp City Exempted Village Schools Board of Education meeting to order.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amber Drum, here. Teresa Dunaway, here. Rick Maines,
Here.
Simon Patry,
Here.
and Zakor.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all present and accounted for. We have a quorum and we can begin our meeting.
Next item is item 1C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Drum, any discussion? Mrs. Zakor, any discussion? Any other board members have any discussion? Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah, I have some changes. Melanie, I'll start with old business.
Okay.
One would be a Tipp Pride contract update. That would be D. And then E would be an outside vendor camp update.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I was waiting for Melanie.
So I've got old business update, Tip Pride update, and outside vendor camp update.
No, Tipp Pride contracts, because there's a Tipp Pride contract update on the superintendent section. I'm specifically want the contract
Tip Pride contract.
information.
Outside vendor camp update.
Yep.
Motion by, yep.
So you, I know you're wanting to make that revision, but there's not yet a motion to amend the agenda. And so,
Oh, I thought that's what we just did.
no, we move to approve the agenda.
Okay,
I open it up for discussion.
gotcha.
You indicated you want to make those changes. My recommendation is that we discuss those changes and any other changes before we make a motion to amend.
Do you want me to go through all my additions?
If you have
Yeah.
more than yes.
Sure, okay. Melanie, under new business, which is section 9. I guess it would be E. Overall financial district snapshot. F would be request meeting with TCEA officers. G would be superintendent survey. H would be request report on newly created positions. Am I going too fast?
No.
Okay. I would be new creations contract violation. And then J would be the board's running checklist on district topics. Can I continue or are you up to?
Sure, yeah,
Okay,
I'm sorry,
okay.
I thought you.
No, I was waiting, I didn't want to be rude.
Start to discuss.
And then on 9A, or sorry, I'm sorry, 9B, key behavioral services contract. The public content, that is incorrect. It says this item was tabled at the October 24th, 2022 regular board meeting due to time constraints, and that is incorrect. It was removed or tabled by myself, and it was due to the board being blindsided, no information, call it what you will. And then I have one more thing.
Okay, so
Yeah, so 9B.
to that item, I see it listed there currently. How are you were deleting it?
Oh, no, under 9B, it says public content, and that's not correct. It's public content, the public content as stated is incorrect. It was not tabled due to a time constraint.
Okay.
I tabled it at the very beginning of the meeting because the board had no information prior to coming into this meeting, just like the packet that we have tonight, which I will address later.
Okay.
And then 11, executive session, so that would be 11C. I would ask for somebody to second me, and I would like to add an executive session, complaint against a public official. I don't know if that can be part of B or if it needs to be separate. I have no idea why we're going into executive session tonight.
So, couple things.
Sure. I just thought we did it all at once and just be done with it.
On the Tipp Pride contract, I think is what you said.
Tipp Pride contract update, yes.
There isn't on this agenda for Mr. Stefanik under superintendent comments for a Tipp Pride update. I'm not sure that,
Well, I don't know what his update's gonna be, and this board specifically asked Mr. Stefanik 4 months ago for specific contract information. It's been 4 months, we don't know anything. So I don't know if his update is the same, then it'll be a 2-second conversation. If he's not discussing the contracts, then my item will be very helpful and useful, as we've been waiting already for over 4 months.
and the 5-year forecast is on the agenda as well. I'm not sure if that would satisfy your financial overview.
That doesn't have to do with the specific Tipp contract updates, absolutely not.
No, you indicated you had an item called,
Yeah, I want to ask a specific question of the treasurer for the benefit of the community as we're getting ready to start our master facility plan.
all right, any other discussion?
I don't know if somebody wants to second my executive session for complaint against a public employee or not.
Right now, the items you've mentioned have not yet been moved.
I
And
understand.
so if you wish, you could make a motion to add all those items, including the executive session.
That's what I do.
And then
Amended.
if it's seconded, then you have a proper motion to amend the agenda to add that as well,
Okay,
including all your other items.
okay, so I'll make it a motion to add the executive session along with my 2 old business items and my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items under new business, as well as my correction on 9B.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mrs. Zakor.
Thank you, Ann.
Is there any discussion? Mrs. Zakor.
For my only discussion, I think it's not really on content, but maybe more on procedure. I would think when we, and I could be wrong on this, but when you motion to get the agenda approved and somebody seconds and then another, that opens up the discussion. If one of the member wants to alter that agenda, I would think at that point it would be a motion to amend.
It is.
Okay, thank you. And then a second on that, and then take it from there and address the amended versus the main.
That's exactly where we are.
Okay.
Any discussion on the amended motion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Means,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Motion to amend it passes. Mrs. Fox, if you're all right, I'll keep moving on. Next item are committee reports, committee updates. Are there any committee reports?
I I have my Miami Valley CTC report now. Our monthly meeting that I normally report on isn't until tomorrow night. So, and we already had the update for October, but there were some announcements that I thought were important to bring out, as soon as possible, because the events that are going on there are coming up. And I think the public should be aware of them, so that they want to participate, they can do that. One of the things that was brought up was the parent-teacher conferences were already held on Thursday, October 27th. And there were fewer parents in actual attendance than what was expected. So it was kind of interesting, because what they're now considering, it says a number of districts have looked into alternatives to parent-teacher conferences. And Dr. Weldy is going to start investigating to see if there is a better use of this time, especially since more of our staff and parents seem to prefer the use of electronic forms of communication instead of face-to-face meetings with their child's teachers. So I thought that was pretty interesting to note there, because times are changing because of technology, for one thing. The second thing was that Miami Valley CTC is going to be hosting the sophomore career days from November 29th to December 1st. So if we have students that are wanting to look into that, there's a good opportunity. The sophomore it concludes on December 1st with an open house that evening, where families are invited to tour the campus, meet the staff members, and enjoy a free spaghetti dinner. So it takes place over 3 days, and they're anticipating hosting approximately 3,500 students in that particular event. The third thing I wanted to mention was on the new building updates. At the end of November and through December, the district will be moving more than 90% of the staff to either their permanent location or a new temporary location. Building's coming along very, very well. Building spine and 3 of the main wings are expected to be fully operational for the start of the second semester, and beginning in January 23. And our attention at that time will be the turn to the remodeling of the west wing. And this is a time-sensitive portion of the project. An updated space will house career technical labs, student services, safety offices, and the clinic, and youth connections, career exploration, and administrative offices, and 2 conference rooms. The space is expected to open, that portion of the space is expected to open in January of 24. And the final thing I wanted to bring up was some of the upcoming events. The adult education information session will be held on November 10th. And then, of course, the whole CTC is going to dedicate November 11th to Veterans Day, and they're going to do a special celebration for that. November 16th, we have what's called the HOSA Fall Leadership Conference. What that is, HOSA stands for Health Occupational Students of America. So as I think most people are aware, they have a pretty strong nursing program, and also, dental program and veterinary program. So they're very strong in a lot of these different medical and health areas. And so they're going to be participating in that fall leadership conference. They're also going to have for HOSA the blood drive. November 23rd through the 27th, we'll have our Thanksgiving break. On November 29th through the December 1st, which I just mentioned, is the sophomore career day visits. And December 1st is a sophomore open house for the class of 2025. And they have a Future Farmers of America charity auction on December 9th. And the end of the quarter, the second quarter, and the first semester is on December 15th. December 16th is staff in service, and they have a Christmas break and everything for all the kids. And then they'll reopen, the student campus will reopen on January 4th. So that's my update. And there is one other thing. I did get the agenda for tomorrow night's meeting. I won't go through it in detail, but it's pretty neat. And some of their equipment donations which I thought was pretty neat. Aircraft engine F-100 PW-200.
That's cool.
Yeah, donated to Ohio High Point Career Center from the Miami Valley Career Technical Center. And then we have some other things coming in, some thermal imaging cameras, some thermal, let's see, 2 different types of thermal imaging cameras. And then there's some chargers that they received from the City of Vandalia Fire Department. A 1947 Plymouth Coupe. I can't wait to see what that looks like when that's all done. I saw some of the other things they did, and those guys are great. So that's my update.
Thank you, Mr. Maines. Any other committee updates?
Do you want to give ours, Ian?
Yeah.
No, you
Go
do,
ahead.
because you did that nicely with them.
Okay, yeah, we had a communications meeting. Teresa and I are on that committee, and Liz Robbins was present as well as Mr. Stefani. We spent, I think, the majority of time talking about how to improve our district website and make it more friendly and also more transparent for families, for parents to be able to see staff and what they teach and what building they're in, et cetera. And that is in process, and I think they're going through building by building, so there's headway being made, and we spent considerable time on
An hour.
yeah,
Yeah.
talking about improvements. We also sort of discovered something cool that we want to do or consider for board docs, and that's that series table of content. Did you get my email today?
Yeah.
So that is something that we can do. I checked in with Neola on that, and Mr. Stefani will be telling us, advising us one way or the other, what direction we're gonna go on that. But in a nutshell, when you open up board docs now, let's say you wanna go to students, the 5,000 series, it's very, very lengthy, very lengthy. And so you kind of have to scroll down and you scroll down and you scroll down, and then you're like, would there be another one? So you scroll up and you read that and you scroll back down. Well, we can, with our board docs, we can actually let's say 5,000 and be 5,001, which would be the table of contents. So when you click on that, the whole table, single spaced, comes up, and you can see it very condensed. So you're not doing this hour scroll. And so I think it would be a great time saver and organizer. And that's something that we might possibly do for board docs.
Well, the suggestion came because just that week, I had received a call from a parent. We're trying to tell people chain of command. So they called, they didn't know how to find board docs on our website.
Yes.
And so then I said, well, hang on, because it's easy for board members, because I just go into it's so easy. So it took me 7 minutes to get this parent to the right section, and 4 clicks in. So if we can work with Neola and board docs on this, it's going to save time for our 5 building secretaries who are taking calls when parents call in. How do I find this? People are calling the board office. How do I find this? Because nobody wants to take 3 clicks and spend 7 minutes to find something. It's just easier to make a phone call. So hopefully we can take some time back from our buildings and the central office here, because they're busy enough. They don't need to be answering these kinds of questions. When people are willing to do it, they just don't know how to find the information.
So that I just jogged my memory.
Yeah.
One suggestion is on our website, when you open it up, is to have a standalone subject matter Board of Education. And then, so you don't have to do this treasure hunting. Okay, now where are they? They're under administration. What I do is the meetings. No, just Board of Education. Click on that. We saw some really cool ideas from Cincinnati Public Schools and how they did it in Columbus too. And so then you click on Board of It, and then you have a nice menu: board policies, meeting dates, board members, contact. It's right there. And so if a parent calls, you can simply say, I use a suspension as an example. Well, you can go to board policies and read about it. Just go to the Board of Education, click on board policy. You can, help educate yourself. And then I think it's also a good way to also encourage staff and employees to get, really comfortable and know your policies and look them up and save time, asking a lot of questions or calling unnecessarily other people, and you can kind of help self-educate yourself.
The other big suggestion is when you pull up a teacher, it says Mrs. Drum. What is she? Is she a gym teacher? Is she a music teacher? Does she teach high school biology?
We're gonna change that.
Yeah, parents don't like that, so we're trying to fix that. Just a couple little things like that, little suggestions. So hopefully we'll be making some improvements.
Thank you, Mrs. Secor, Mrs. Dunaway. Any other committee updates? Next item is 3A, facilities update. Mr. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. I wanted to use the facilities update to provide information on several topics that involve our facilities. We want to get some information about our current state of our facilities and some of the things that we're working on. We also want to just give an update on some of the work we've done with the architects so far since the board approved that. Ms. Hagan, would you like to go first or second?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, why don't you lead on?
Okay. Well, some of the key issues that we have in the district, obviously, is the Nevin Coppic roof. We did obtain that proposal. It is through Tips. It is very pricey. I did send that out. We received that on Thursday. I was not here on Friday. Unfortunately, I was out, and Mr. Stefanik was gonna send that out, but something happened evidently on Friday and it did not go out. So I apologize for it coming out right now, right before the board meeting. You guys got it, and I did give you a hard copy. That we asked how long that would take, and they said that to complete it, it would take the majority of the summer to actually do that piece. They can do it while people are in the building, but it's very loud, and on a safety piece, we don't feel comfortable doing that because we don't know what may or may not happen, and we don't want staff and students in the building while they're doing that type of work. So we feel like that needs to wait for the summer if that's something we want to do. I did update Garmin Miller on where we're at with some of these issues. I did forward them the quotes and proposals that we received. They've been really helpful in our weekly meetings that we're having in, okay, you know, with their experience of dealing with other school districts that have had unfortunate situations prior to us figuring out what plan we're going with and passing a bond. They have given us some great ideas. They really wanted to see kind of all the other things that have recently popped up. So I did send those out this evening. So that is the Nevin Coppic roof piece. We do have an issue at LT Ball's Kitchen with one of the ovens. We have a temporary fix until the new oven can arrive, hopefully around December timeframe, which we would install that over December break. But right now, we're just struggling with getting things in a timely manner. And with this possible diesel fuel issue, that's also going to affect delivery of items. So we are up and running. Our cafeteria manager's been outstanding to be very gentle on the oven and use our steamer as much as we can. But if we get into a situation where it finally 100% the temporary fix goes, we'll have to utilize some of our other kitchens to try to help us out. So that's where we're at there. The other piece is very unfortunate. It is at our Broadway Elementary building. The old boiler is underneath the maintenance building and it delivers steam heat. So there's two pipes, two lines that go to the buildings. One goes to the old section, which is central in the older section of Broadway. The other pipe goes to the newer section. And unfortunately, the one going to the newer section has a very big leak. We're not sure whether the pipe has collapsed somewhat or if there's a hole. We're not sure what it is until you get in there and determine where we're at. The pipe was put in probably around the 1960s, 50s. They're not really sure. So we're looking at two different options to try to figure out how we can try to fix that so we can get heat to the new section. We've got some temporary ideas until we come up with our fix to keep the building warm in that newer section, but it is definitely gonna be a bit of a struggle. I did provide you with both of those proposals. One would be where they would actually replace underneath the parking lot, which is where that pipe runs. That one is very costly. Then there's another option where we would run the pipe above ground. And some of that work of working in the parking lot to block that area off, we would do in-house to try to save us some funds. That's still expensive, but not as much as the other. So I just got those proposals today. Mr. Spencer got those on Friday. And of course, I wasn't here, and he provided those to me later today so that I can forward them on to you. So again, I apologize that they came late. Then our final major issue right now is our high school boiler. So we, the one boiler,
It says roof.
there's no roof
Okay.
issues, it's boiler.
It's a boiler.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep, so the
I
high
just want to make sure there wasn't two things.
No,
roof and a
no.
boiler.
Oh,
Okay.
good heavens, well, knock on
Okay.
wood, yeah, thanks. But, so the high school boiler, the one is up and running, but it takes two to work properly for the high school building. However, we can buy time with the one, but it's gonna wear and tear if it's taken on the full load. So we, have another boiler coming, but like I said, with supply, demand, getting it here, we're looking at it being a process, but it's in the works. We've already moved forward to where we can get that here because our cold weather is upon us, and that's gonna be big. The unfortunate part is the other boiler is the same age as the one that just went south. So with us running everything through the first one, we're hoping that it hangs tight for us before we can get the new one in, and then they both can share the load. So that's currently our major big issues that we have unfortunately going on.
Is there a price associated with the high school issues?
The high school boiler,
Yeah.
about $219, $220,
Okay.
200,000.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, 219 to 220,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the price association with that. And I've got the other breakdowns if you need them, but I think you've got them in here. Yes, so,
Just sunshine.
yeah, I'm major Debbie Downer.
So a couple of things. One is, Melanie, can we fix the public content? It says tip THS roof. So we need to change that to THS boiler. And then I would suggest adding the Broadway issue as well, because that's not even on here.
That just happened last week.
Yeah, we got the email,
Mhm.
but it's not on public. So just put it on there just for transparency
Absolutely.
purposes. And then I would also suggest putting all three of these contracts into board docs so people can see them. And then Mark, is there a reason why you didn't send us this on Thursday when you received it, the 17-page document?
Just didn't get in the email to forward it to the board. So it's just, that was my error.
Yeah,
And
because 17 pages is a lot of information. It's not like I'm gonna look at it right now, because it's a lot.
yeah, I understood.
Okay,
That was just a lot of emails coming in, a lot of things happening, and just didn't hit the send button. That was my fault.
okay. Well, that's
I understand.
that is my hot button, is not getting information on time.
And we weren't expecting any decisions tonight. These are just information packets. And so, again, it's different than if we were asking for action, I think, but
But
it should have been sent on
right.
one of the times I was kicking stuff out over the weekend, and it should have been sent to the board.
Kim, I have a question on this Broadway one, because it's a difference of $100,000.
Mhm.
If we do the above ground, which is 97,000, if I'm reading that right, oh, sorry, 93,000, where physically is that pipe? Is it gonna be a safety hazard for kids? Is it gonna be hot? Is it gonna impact our small parking lot?
Right, it will impact the parking lot.
Okay.
In
How many parking spots will we lose?
that, I'm not 100% sure
Okay,
yet. So
because-
they're gonna be getting me more information, because
And you'll
I
give it to us?
because I
Okay.
just saw this as well. But it would be where that, on the drawing,
The email that we got last week? Okay.
yeah, because I did the drawing.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And so that is where it will be, but how much area and how they will enclose it and how they'll do that piece, I haven't gotten that information yet.
Okay,
I inquired about that today when
Perfect.
I got it. And we're in the works of trying to figure out how that would all look, but I know that our internal maintenance would do the majority of the safety piece work that would be required to where we're not having to pay a contractor to do that.
right, because
So-
$100,000 is, a lot of money. However, you have to, if we're losing 10 parking spaces and then 10 teachers aren't gonna be able to park, or if it's gonna be a safety hazard where kids are gonna trip over it, or, kids at that age wanna touch everything
Right,
and we can't,
yeah, so
so that,
yeah, and I don't mean to
those all have
interrupt.
to be weighed out is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and if you have time and you drive by Nevin Coppic or even the middle school,
Okay,
we had to put the compressors on the outside of the building.
Yeah.
When we had kitchen issues
okay,
with our freezers.
okay,
So what they did was they put some safety concrete blocks up and then they fenced it in.
that's smart.
So
Okay.
it's like a chain link fence.
Makes
But
sense.
that can kind of give you an idea, and I'm assuming it would be something similar to that, but I'm not 100% sure. So
I trust
as I
you.
find more
No, I'm
information,
good. Yeah,
I'll let everyone know and how we would go about making that safe and actually kind of what it would look like. 'Cause I honestly don't know.
I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but that just
Mhm.
came to my mind at the top
Oh,
of my head
sure.
was the parking and how many spots we would lose. So we'll just
Yeah.
wait and hear as we learn from the vendor what's going on.
That sounds great. Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Anyone else? Mr. Stefanik?
Yeah, based on that drawing, again, not knowing how much people memorize that site, but there's a driveway on one side of the maintenance building that's between the maintenance building and the central building where TSEP is. There's a driveway there, and there's a driveway on the backside between the maintenance building and the playground. And so if this area was where Ms. Hagan, had the taped off section in the picture, then it would be between the maintenance building and the Broadway building. And so the parking lot might be like a two-section parking lot. And so people could access the one section through one apron, and they would access the other part of the parking lot through the other apron. But you're right, if we would lose a significant number of parking spaces, that's definitely something to consider.
Anyone else?
I have a couple.
Mrs. Zipporah?
Mrs. Hagan, what's a typical life of a boiler?
Well, years ago, it was a lot longer.
Okay.
Nowadays, they're telling us about 20 to 25 years.
Wow.
It's very unfortunate, but that's what they're telling us.
Okay. And as far as the steam lines, is there, I see this from the same vendor, is there a requirement to bid this or to get a competitive, because these are big numbers?
Yeah, they are. We would reach out and make sure we're in compliant with all of that. Once we learn a little more, we wanted to have a starting point of what we're looking at and where we're going. And because the cold weather's upon us and we're getting a little nervous.
Right.
Yeah, it's difficult and, but yeah, it depends on how they proposed it. I haven't really got in the depths of it yet because I just received it myself later today. So that was another question I was going to ask of them. I know they took care of that with the high school boiler, but I'm not sure if they followed suit with this. So that's something I'll be checking into as well.
Okay, and then my final question in terms of a time framework, because this is our only meeting scheduled in November.
Yeah.
And since the weather's gonna start really dipping, and then we'll be in December. So how do you put this together in
Special
terms of getting the proposal, getting the approval from the board if that's necessary, and then taking action because there's an urgency here with.
Well, I would assume it would either be a special meeting or some form of I mean, obviously you would all be informed via email, but how that vote would take place, I'm not honestly sure,
It would have to be a special meeting.
so.
So do you have that time? Do you have a tentative what you're shooting for, like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I mean,
Oh, I'm hoping to know like by the end of this week where we stand. We don't have time to wait.
Okay,
Yeah, this is
very
good.
urgent.
Mhm,
Okay, thank
very
you.
much so. You're welcome.
Anybody else? How long does it take to do the work? Do you know, on the Broadway pipe issue with the lines?
There's a little bit of information in there on timeline, but they're saying several weeks as long as we can get everything we need. The one pipe has to be custom made.
Because I see the one that's underground, they're saying it looks like 6 to 8 weeks, but I couldn't,
It's
Yeah.
Simon, right?
on the other one, I
1
couldn't
to
see.
3 weeks.
I
on the
see,
above
I
ground.
got you.
And it all depends on what we can get and how quick we can get it in.
Just can't
And
get
how-
supplies right
And
now.
how I check with
Just can't get manufacturing.
the bidding proposal piece with the boiler, we asked for legal counsel. They helped us out
Good.
because it actually was done a little differently than I'd ever seen before, so I wasn't really sure. So Mr. Stefanik allowed me to reach out, and Melanie, to legal counsel for some guidance. They had to research a little bit too, but they came back and said, that is all good to go.
Perfect.
So now I just need to find out, I'm in the works of finding out these two, because I just received them. Mr. Spencer just got them on Friday. And so that's where I'm at. So I'm trying to figure out what approach they were going with, and depending on how many parking spots that you had brought up, and how would we safely enclose this, were other questions that we're trying to fine tune.
When do you think you'd be ready to have all the information you need for the board to vote on this?
I'm hoping by the end of the week, as long as everyone gets back with me.
No, I understand, like, you'd like to get it done, but you think you'll get everything by Friday?
I hope so, but I can't guarantee that because it relies on so many other factors. If it was me, I'd say, oh, I'll have it tomorrow. But
Right.
unfortunately, I have to lean on other people to make sure that we're doing everything right, because I don't wanna do anything incorrectly. So,
And so I guess you'll just communicate when you've got all the information needed, and we'll just have
yes,
to call a special meeting at that point.
yeah,
Well, keep in mind too, next week, Monday,
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday, we're out of
right,
commission.
Capitol
Yeah.
Conference, yeah,
So,
yeah. As soon as I know, you will know.
This is done, right?
Well, obviously, there's nothing, we can do when you have aging facilities and you've had failed bonds. But it's so painful to see that the Nevin Copper Group is gonna be $1.2 million. And then if we do a bond in November, it does take 2 to 3 years to build a school. But still, you're spending that $1.2 million for 2 years. Oh, that is, it'll be interesting to see if Garmin Miller has any kind of input on that.
One of the questions we had during our facilities committee is that there's gonna be a need to use temporary classrooms. Is that a potential solution versus spending that money on the roof?
That is actually a conversation they had. We had with Garmin Miller, and they said that they wanted to look at some different things and weigh different options, because sometimes those are cost effective and sometimes they are not. And so as soon as I got this information, I sent it to you guys, and then I forwarded it to them as well. They replied immediately and said that they were gonna have their team look at this, go back through their history of other schools that have had different situations but very similar, to see how they handled it, to make sure they were doing the best to save the district the best finances and going the smartest route. So when we have our meeting with them this week, they're gonna be prepared because I gave them that information this evening as soon as I sent it out to you. So I'm hoping Wednesday they'll have some more feedback for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
This is not part of citizen
I'm
comment.
sorry, Mr. Watson, you cannot comment other than citizens' comments.
I can't help. I have experience in boilers.
Mr. Watson
Jeez.
is to try to update 3D.
Actually, I had the architect update a little bit on, still on A.
Okay,
So-
keep going.
When we met with the architects, we handled a lot of topics. But one of the topics was what you just heard, Ms. Hagan updated the architects in the status of our current buildings and some of the things that we were dealing with. To that end, Garmin Miller's coming out the week of Thanksgiving, and they're gonna do a more thorough tour of all of our buildings, kind of a get to know Tipp City. That they did a quick walkthrough before they did their RFQ packet. But they want to come out and do a more thorough walkthrough of all of our sites so they can see exactly, what we're dealing with and exactly the information that they need to work on in our updated master plan for the district. Talked about that, talked about timelines and the suggestion that I gave them with all the work that we have to do and the preparations that we have to do, looking at, a May ballot issue seems very, very quick as far as turnaround time. The focus has been to look for a bond to be on the ballot a year from now in November and not in May. Again, that is not my decision. That's a board decision based on resolution. And so after Garmin Miller gets some more input, we can have some more conversations about that. But it looks like with the facilities information, and the planning pieces to get the master plan updated and ready to go, and then actually to communicate that plan to the community. It just seems like May is very, very quick. So we talked about creating a facilities task force and how to get representation on the facilities task force between staff, board members, and administration and community members. And so that's one that starts small and then people start getting added to it as different tasks get on the plate of the task force. And so we'll keep updating folks on the development of that committee and how it grows.
Anything else on the facilities side? Item 3B, Tipp Pride update. Mr. Stefan.
With the Tipp Pride update, the board asked for some information about contracts and or agreements that have been made in the Tipp Pride stadium process. I had a chance to reach back and talk to one of the attorneys that was in the process back in the teens, of 2000, and had a conversation with him about the various documents that were initiated as part of the process. The biggest thing that looks like a contract is the naming rights agreement or the naming rights contract that Tipp Pride has. And basically what that was they had permission to fundraise to raise money for the stadium, and then they had the ability to work naming rights into those negotiations for various parts of the stadium. That's the biggest thing that looks like a contract that I could find. And when I talked to the attorney, he said that was the most extensive piece of the Tipp Pride operation. Then they had the actual donor agreements, and so on the donor agreement, it talked about the amount that the individual or the business wanted to donate to the project. They had a timeline on when they would make their payments, and then they had a naming rights piece or something that would be given to the donor as a thank you for being part of the project. And so those are the other things, not necessarily contracts, but those are donor agreements. When I talked to the attorney, he said that all of that information is between Tipp Pride and the community. And so the Board of Education, especially since in that naming right document, they gave away the naming rights, to Tipp Pride, that the Board of Education has no responsibility in carrying out, any of the agreements or any of the contracts, that are affiliated with that. And the last piece was an actual concern about a loan that is out there right now, and that there was actually some rumors that the loan process somehow, if Tipp Pride wasn't able to fulfill their obligations to the loan, that would revert back to the school district, since it has to do with the school district stadium, football stadium. Again, talking to the attorney, that is not how that works. That loan agreement was strictly between Tipp Pride and the bank. And so that loan responsibility rests with Tipp Pride as a 501c3. It does not rest with the school district. And so that's the information about contracts and or agreements that I was able to get from one of the attorneys that was involved in all of those processes.
Any questions or comments? Mrs. Dunaway.
So when you say attorney, are you talking to Matt Stout from Bricker?
Yes.
Okay, because that is a very high hourly rate. They charge us a lot. So, this is constantly, we're spending taxpayer money. So we're spending taxpayer money, we're engaging Matt, the taxpayers are paying all these bills, yet we have nothing to show for it. I would like to see these documents. First of all, we found out at the last meeting that Matt Stout created the Tipp Pride donor forms, but the school district doesn't have those forms. We've never seen them. Somebody here should have that information.
I believe the donor agreements that we've received, I believe those have been sent out.
We did get a couple. There were some missing. It wasn't established if we had them all. That was never, there was no final closure on that conversation. And as far as the naming rights, is that written in a contract? Is there anything?
There is a document. I can send that document.
It would be nice if we could see that and read that. So,
That'd be fine.
I mean, Simon, Ann and I, our board seats are up next December. Rick and Amber still have 2 more years here. You might not be here, but we don't know who's going to be here, who's not. It'd be nice if we all had that information so the people moving forward, Rick and Amber could say, oh, hey, I have that document. It just, instead of going back to Matt Stout and giving them more money.
I don't have to go to Matt Stout.
Right,
I got
let's
the
just-
information from Tipp Pride a little while ago.
It would be nice if we had that information, if we could all read those contracts.
Okay. And as far as the naming, or not the naming rights, the donor agreements, when I reached out to Tipp Pride, I believe the board has every donor agreement that I received from them. And so, whether or not.
And
it's
somebody
all of
here
them,
has them at the district, like,
we've got
Tim
electronic
has
copies
them.
now.
Okay, perfect.
Electronic copies of all of them.
Perfect. We just don't want to keep reinventing the wheel,
Right.
spending more money. We have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, that was not an attorney thing. That was a local. We gathered that information locally.
Perfect.
Did I understand you correctly, Mr. Stefani, that you said the board, whoever that was at that time, gave away their involvement in the naming rights for the stadium?
That's what the document that I have says, that they gave permission to Tipp Pride to hand out, I'm looking for the verb, they're actually designate naming rights to different groups based on their donations. Yes. So one that I know of is that there was one donor that wanted their name on the home locker room. And so when the home locker room piece is finished, their contract says that their business would have naming rights for the home locker room. And so it would be put over top that would say that name of that business, home locker room.
What home locker room?
So, well, just getting back to the naming rights
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
on the.
No, over here.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So does that mean the entity that gives the largest sum gets to choose the name? One entity? Or is it can it be a combination of entities pooling their money together?
Yeah, I didn't see any combinations on the naming rights contracts. I saw like an entity, that passed out some money or gave some money, donated, and then in exchange for that donation, they were permitted to name this piece of the stadium.
Well, that's already been determined.
There are some things written on the naming. On the naming
Somebody's
contract,
already
naming agreement.
claimed that and what it's gonna be?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't-
So different pieces of the stadium, and then some I believe, and, if the board wishes, we have a representative Tipp right here, we could ask, but there.
If we're gonna do that, then we need to take Don's question, because that's not fair.
I was just gonna say, that's up to the board, it's not
Right.
up to me.
I don't mind, but then we have to go back to Don too.
Yeah, from my memory, there's also a level where people would be on like a donor's plaque, or something like that, so they didn't necessarily get a naming right to a building or the bleachers or something like that, but they're on a plaque saying like they donated to this project, and you just have a huge donor plaque near the entrances to the stadium.
So I would really like to see the document that gave away the involvement of the board at that time.
And was there a board vote on
I
it?
can scan it. to
Yeah,
the-
how
to the
and how
board.
that came about, the meeting, so I could read those minutes and, I mean, I am a little bit stymied because it doesn't seem to comport with what I thought, and I may be wrong on this, the function of Tip Pride was to raise the money. So I didn't know that it was also, being authorized to choose the naming of the stadium.
They got pretty money.
But yeah, so there is some,
But yeah, I can.
it's kind of a big deal, I'm
It is a
saying,
big
I mean, my name's not gonna be on it, so it's not like I'm trying to,
It's a big deal, no.
but it's a big deal. If it's if it's a family name, or if it's a company name, or if it's a name that they're just gonna make up, the people of Tips, but it's a big deal, so I think that we should have some clear understanding of this process.
I can scan it to the board this evening, and I can get the minutes from the board meetings that are around that timeline, and send them.
Okay.
They're tougher to navigate because they're archived, and it was pre-board docs, and so they're in a different format, but I'll get them
Okay.
to you.
Anybody else from wishes to find? Mrs. Dunaway?
Well, I would have to agree with Mrs. Zakor because the reason why I want to see the actual document and read the document myself is these donor agreements were signed by the board president at the time, Sam Spano. But the board never saw those documents. The board never voted on those documents. So it's curious to me how the Board of Education president, Sam Spano, how his name could be on those documents. Yet I was a board member during that time. I knew nothing of it. I didn't know anything about the school board being tied in with Tip Pride. The stance was always that Tip Pride and the school were separate. And then earlier in the year, when we had a community member request all of those donor forms, and then we all kind of received a trickling in of those, I can't remember how many. I read that bottom line and I could not believe it. It said approved by the Board of Education. Those were never approved by the Board of Education. So my question is, what else is out there that says approved by the Board of Education, when in fact it was never approved by the Board of Education? Sorry, go ahead, Ann.
So then that creates a very reasonable question. If it wasn't approved by the board, because no individual acts alone has to be board, board function, then what is the validity of those documents if it in fact was not approved by the board?
Well, it's been established that the donor forms, there's no validity. They can stop paying at any time. There's no legal.
They're moral obligations.
Right. If I donate.
Let me finish, please.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm talking about what is the validity of a document that says he who donates the most gets to choose the name of the stadium. And if in fact that wasn't approved by the board, then I don't know how that can even be a valid document.
These are the kinds of things we have to sort through.
Yeah.
At our last board meeting, we invited Tip Pride organization to come and present if they so desired. Are you indicating that somebody has come, accepts that invitation, or?
Not.
They
for this
declined,
meeting.
they declined.
We did not.
No. They
Oh,
said
That's
December
what the
meeting.
email said.
The
No, we did
December
not.
meeting.
I think it did.
No, they chose a December meeting, to present the information about the group and talk about the financials.
Thank you. I'd like to say, it sounds like to me that there was some type of agreement prior to the donor agreements based on what you're relaying, Mr. Stefanik, where Tip Pride was provided authority to help them raise funds to award naming rights to various aspects of the stadium as part of their discussions and their fundraising efforts. And then what occurred is consistent with that approval. Then when they were negotiating or trying to get donors, they would say, yes, we're going to provide you this. Is that what you're saying? Okay. And do those donor agreements say approved by the board? I thought you said at one point they said received and acknowledged, or acknowledged receipt or something versus approved.
I'd have to double check the fine print at the bottom.
I have
You
it.
got one up there?
I have
Read it.
I know that at one time the treasurer was signing it and his line, I believe, said witness.
It
Witness to or
just says
something.
acknowledged by Board of
Right now.
Education.
Okay, so it could just be a reporting part of what they were
Mhm.
authorized to do, not necessarily.
They're all different too, like every form is different.
I don't think they're all the same. Yeah, they all said, give a monetary gift as well. I don't know if that makes any difference, but it's always considered a gift.
We certainly have a fiduciary duty to understand what's going on with any organization that we work with. And I think appreciate the update, Mr. Stefanik. I look forward to seeing that other document. I would just be, remiss if I didn't thank Tip Pride again for their efforts and their fundraising, and just until we understand what we're dealing with, not make comments until we truly understand that something inappropriate occurred or anything like that. Right now, I don't think we have any information to say that anything inappropriate has occurred, other than that there was some type of agreement where Tip Pride had sounds like the right to leverage names or naming rights to certain parts of the stadium to raise funds, and some donor agreements kind of indicate that. So until we get those documents, we go through them. I just would encourage everybody not to rush to judgment.
The board, in addition to that one document that has not been sent, would the board like me to put all the donor agreements again with that document?
That would be
Have
nice.
Everything together in one place?
They came in piecemeal, so if we could have them all together, that would be so much better.
Thank you.
I think so. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark.
And I think the institutional knowledge piece is definitely something that rings true when you have different administrations change and different board members change. It's difficult to kind of understand what occurred prior to that. And so maybe making sure that we've got a nice, easy way to access that, or other board members in the future have a way to access that beyond asking other board members or someone else would be useful. Anything else on Tip Pride?
I'll work with Mr. Hobbs to make sure that the attachments aren't too big and that the email doesn't get kicked back to me. And so if we have to put it in a different format, we'll do that to make sure it can all be attached to the same email.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanik. Next item is 4A, citizens' comments. Scott George.
So I'm here tonight to publicly announce my resignation from the Tip Pride organization. I'm committed to ensuring a smooth transition to the next generation of leadership for this project that will no longer serve. I also want to ensure the members of the school board, the administration, and the community understand why I'm resigning. Right? I'm proud of the work that we've accomplished. If you were not part of this effort, you have no idea the obstacles that we had to overcome. This is a complex project with many stakeholders: the school, the city, the county, Miami Conservancy, and the community. There were lots of opinions on what should be done, how to do it, and where it should be done. And we pushed through every obstacle and removed every barrier to complete this project. The only remaining barrier is funding. I've personally been ridiculed. People have questioned my motivation and my integrity and attempted to damage my reputation. And I've learned there's a small few in this community that always think something devious is going on. I've faced opposition from the very entity where we're trying to support, but I chose to push through when all previous attempts to tackle the stadium failed as people threw their hands in the air and walked away. Earlier this year, a new challenge arose that is ultimately what pushed me over my threshold. All right, this school failed my child. All right, this school failed my child, not academically. All right, you failed to provide a learning environment free of daily harassment and intimidation. I'm not talking about teenage bullying. I'm talking about being targeted of harassment filled with threats of physical harm, comments meant to belittle and destroy someone's self-confidence and self-worth. I'm talking about an environment that is systemic and pervasive. Right? One where you either join in or you become the target. Right? An environment that those who you thought were your friends join in as self-preservation. Right? One where if you fight back, things are escalated. Right? We tried to work this through with parents directly. A small few engaged and attempted to do and address the issue. Many others wrote it off of kids will be kids and stuck their heads in the sand. We then went to the principal, who granted us the courtesy of listening and seeking to understand. She conducted an investigation. She conducted an investigation where many of the issues we brought forward were confirmed, including the threats of physical harm. The main culprit admitted it. When all was said and done, we were told by the principal her hands were tied. I looked at my wife and I said, I feel like we've just been dismissed. And our son never returned to Tipp schools, nor will he. Right? I don't know if the principal's hands were tied by the state, our school board, the administration, or their own fear. But it was clear no one had the courage to hold those involved accountable. And we were left with no option but to leave Tipp schools. As a parent and a father, I found this gut-wrenching. As a result, I will no longer give my time to the kids who've proven they don't deserve it, nor will I give my time to the school that failed to provide a good learning environment. This has been going on for years and is a known issue that has been ignored. Not a single person we spoke with was surprised, and in nearly every case could name the individuals who were involved, and we never brought up those names. So it's being ignored. All right. I'll represent Tipp Pride at the next board meeting, as there's a need to correct the record, a need to share some institutional knowledge about the stadium project, as nearly everyone at the school that's involved was not here when the project started. And those that were here have either forgotten or chosen not to share as it doesn't fit their agenda. Right. I will be civil and professional because that's who I am. And in spite of everything, I want this stadium to be finished. Right. There's still a significant amount of private funds that could be secured. It will require the school to successfully address the facilities issue, and it will require better partnership between the school and Tipp Pride. Too many bridges have been burned, and I no longer have the motivation to climb that mountain. I hope someone will step forward, as I believe it's possible, and I'm willing to share how. If no one steps forward, I would suggest you reach out to the parents of those kids who engaged in the daily harassment of my son. Their kids directly benefit from my work, right? On that stadium, and to the best of my knowledge, most of them have done nothing or little to contribute. Right? My wife and I feel betrayed and abandoned. We've been heavily invested in the schools and the community, and you can view this as sour grapes, but I suggest you look inward, as there's a decades-old problem in your house that is escalating while this body continues to bicker with each other and wrestle with several organizations designed to support them.
Thank you, sir.
I'm very sorry you experienced that, Mr. George.
I appreciate that.
I
I'm
did
very
not
sorry
know that,
about
and I'm
that.
very sorry
Those are hollow words.
and disturbed, quite
Well,
honestly.
They're actually not well too, as you and I have been complaining about it. No
Mr.
one cares.
Mr. Watson.
Don Watson, 3035 West State Route 571, Tipp City, Ohio. I would start by saying Ms. Kim Hang does a super job. Thank you. Welcome, YouTube watchers. I'm glad you're listening. For the people who encouraged me to bring God in my citizens' comments, I would do a very well-known Apostles' Creed. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, and was crucified, died, and buried. He ascended in the tomb. The third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and sitteth on the right hand of the Father, God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen. First thing I would bring up is I've supported the athletics of Tipp City for 55 years. I can't go to a away game to support. Not because I don't want to, because I can't, because there's discrimination. I'm a senior citizen and I do not have a computer. I cannot get a ticket. Why do we have an athletic director and a secretary too? What is their job? Get me a ticket. I hope the board can do something about that. Secondly, the public records request showed me when I asked for it, previous to you, Melanie, a very injustice thing I hope can be brought up at the executive session. One of our employees, who I think is the glue that held the school together for years, the public records show me she only makes $19,000 a year. That's pathetic. The next thing I would say, I've been upset because last month, what I spoke about, I wanted to have a copy to pass out to each one of you, because I shared how if you see it, you'll remember 20%, not if you just heard me. Okay? Well, Mr. Stefanik said, first, yes, but then he said no when he looked at it and said it was from religious nature. But on billboards and t-shirts, we have the third rule of life by Dalai Lama, a Buddhist. Responsibility and respect, chosen by this school to be on billboards. That's religious, Buddhist, and that was okay, but I couldn't get copies for a Christian thing. Okay? Also, the school board, the way I understand it, there again, nothing was sent to me, and I don't have a computer to read everything, but Kingsburg Church was hired for what I think was mental health in the school. That's religious. Why was I turned down for religious when you hire a church to do a contract for the schools? What is this? Double jeopardy or what? It's crazy. So I asked Mr. Simon, the perfect board president, in November is the month that you vote on superintendents. Why isn't it on the agenda? I picked up today at the school. I don't understand if a perfect leader cannot get it on the agenda when he makes up the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Watson. Anyone else wish to make a citizen's comment? Time is 5A, 5-year forecast, treasurer's report.
Alrighty. 5-year forecast. We'll have the current, well, of course, it's attached. I have a presentation for PowerPoint here. The actual forecast itself is attached in the board docs. So I'm just gonna kind of go through the presentation on the sections of the forecast. Make a little bit more sense. And this will report through 22 of last year actual to June 30th of 2027. We're required to report the 5-year forecast both May 31st and November 30th of each year. And we report on the general fund. Of course, this says to engage the Board of Education and the community in long-range planning and discussion of financial issues facing our district. It serves as a basis for determining our budget for each year in the 412 certificate. And then, of course, it helps ODE determine what districts have financial concerns. Painting of the future based upon a snapshot of today. Used as a key management tool. These are all kind of your general information that I like to start out with. We only report the data that we have. It is divided into 2 sections, the revenues and the expenditures. And our district's revenue is made up of 2 main sources, local and state funding. And the expenditures are mainly salary and wages, benefits, purchase services, and supplies. On this graph here shows the expenditures in the red there. Of course, on the rise as expenses seem to increase year to year. And revenues, they are pretty steady, and then you'll see the blue drop off, and that's when the levies will expire. So you'll just see those revenues drop down there in 26 and 27. And the green then is the ending cash balance. So we definitely have to be mindful in future years on all of our expenses. Ending cash balance with the levy. So you'll see in FY 25 and 26, those when we go below here, this is where so even starting next year, we need to look very closely at our budget and our personnel and all of our expenses. Because even when our levy does pass, if we stay on this current path, which is basically the expenses that we've been on the last year or 2, and then if we continue, our levy that we have in TIP is just not quite enough to cover us going out that many years. So the number I had, it's about 1.6 million. So between 26 and 27, even if our levy does both the renewals go through, and even up until the levy passes, I think that we'll need to have a discussion regarding a substitute levy, and I don't know if that will be for another day. But the amount of income is definitely crucial to our revenues, but I think it needs to be improved at one point in time. But our buildings are our number one concern at this point. However, operating the buildings, once the buildings are in place, they go hand in hand. And that's probably always been that way for TIP schools. They go hand in hand, and we have that partnership with our community, and hopefully that will continue in the future. So we can hope for our kids. This is a similar data, just a little bit different format. Ending cash balance with the levy. And then you'll see the red line is if we don't have the levy pass. the green line is with the levy. And it pushes us out a little bit longer, but we still are in the need of current time watching our expenses. So we'll just have to see what plans we'll have to make for the next fiscal year. I don't plan to change our budget at all for this year, as far as the budget that I presented in September. And, hopefully our revenues, and I'll get to one screen in the future. Let me just continue the types of revenues and the changes here. This particular one, ending cash balance, same thing. The district has to have enough money to operate for a 30 to 60 day amount, which for us is about $2.5 million that we need to be able to, and there again, in fiscal year 26 and 27. So that's on the 5-year outlook, whether it's in personnel or any things that we'll just have to consider year to year with our budget. This pretty much just shows the majority of our revenue are the local sources, 62.6%, real estate taxes and other local taxes and the tangible tax there. And then the state sources are 37.4%. The state payments have, it says restored, the House Bill 110 restored the funding to fiscal year 21 levels. So as you see there, FY21 at about 10 million. And then, so that has remained about the same. The outlook on the ODE funding is about a 5% reduction over the next 5 years. However, they only approve the budget on a biennial basis. So we really don't know on that 3rd year mark what they're going to do at the state level. House Bill 110 was amended into the Fair School Funding Plan. This made changes to the state funding payments, which I've mentioned throughout the monthly financial reporting, where the restricted amounts and the unrestricted amounts from ODE have fluctuated. They pretty much put more in the unrestricted categories. We're on the funding formula, that hasn't changed. That's where the total revenue from ODE is about a 5% reduction annually over the next 5 years. But however, expenses are growing. So the estimate expense growth that we're looking at is 2.8%. So with the revenue dropping and the expenses going up, that's where we have to watch our expenses very closely. House Bill 126, that was came into play. They've definitely have limited our ability to challenge valuations. So we were able, we were using, and we still do on certain properties, but Bricker and Eckler, they were able to help us with several $100,000 in revenue around some of the properties that were built in town, the businesses, or we had a couple different ones where we were able to receive revenues, and this House bill has restricted that. So that's one area that we may not receive as much income from. Oops. And then the last thing there, student success and wellness funds are a part of the base funding amount. So we know we'll be getting that. Salaries and benefits are 81% of our expenditures. Have a note there, it is a little bit on the high side. I think it's a tad bit higher than last year or the last forecast, but it is just what, we've added some positions, and healthcare costs have have ticked up just a bit, so we'll just have to see what happens with that in the future, but it's been about the 80% mark over the years here at Tipp schools. Expenses continue to grow. These are just the areas of expenditures. Wages, of course, in red are the overall expense. Benefits in blue, services, materials, capital, and then other. Some breakdown there. Unfortunately, there's not much new money at the state level on the plan. ESSER dollars have definitely helped reduce a lot of our general fund costs. With the different things that we have going on in our buildings and even some in curriculum and technology, ESSER money has definitely been a bonus and will do so through fiscal year 24. One thing we did find out, and along with Kim, I know she's not in the room, but the ESSER dollars are only for buildings that we will keep for 50 or more years. So as we've been researching some of these issues we're having, our hands are kind of tied as to what we, the STEAM project and the roof. If we decide to do a roof, I mean, ESSER is not going to help because we're probably not going to have another topic for 50 years, So we've been definitely researching like every source of funding to offset the general fund. So we're trying to do our homework on all these other projects that we have. And there again, the last thing, college credit plus, and there's other costs to the district. Of course, open enrollment is not, that was one of the breakdowns. I think I must have missed that on there. Open enrollment, well, now the funding formula, follows the student, and that changed on our last forecast too, but of course, we don't have the open enrollment in Tipp, but it will follow any student that leaves our district. So, if anybody has any questions, get some more research for someone, I would be glad to do that. So,
it looks like the biggest decrease in our revenue that you've got on here is between the general property tax and the property tax allocation in both situations. And I did notice that on the fiscal year 2025 was like a 17% drop from the fiscal year 2024. And then 2026 is about the same. And then all of a sudden it kind of levels out for fiscal year 2027.
okay, is the first line there, Rick?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so general property tax.
Right, that and the property tax allocation, 1.050. So my question regarding those two numbers that are following through is, where do you get those numbers from the county auditor, or where do you get those numbers?
So those are estimating that the levy not being renewed. So we keep it about the same through 25. Well, 25 it starts to drop off because that's when we have two levies.
That's the big one.
And they stagger. One of them is like $5 million and the next one's like 1.8. So as they fall off, well, the top line is assuming they don't pass. Then as you get down here lower, it adds that income back.
Right, I saw the property tax renewal down below.
So
or property tax replacement.
the data is what we have so far at the, FY23, FY24. And then it starts to fall off when the levies fall off there, the 12,887, 386. So as you go across. However, then I'm just factoring in the amounts of the levy at the bottom.
So
putting
do
that back
you
in.
also factor in the growth, the community growth, all the new houses that have been built?
Yeah, we are getting, so I would have liked to have had some data prior to this forecast. There should be a new, they're gonna reappraise the district, reevaluate, reassess. That's this year. So I don't have that back. Maybe it'll be end of the calendar year when I get some data on that.
So that could.
And I'll
improve
get that to the
forecast.
board right away when we have a new valuation. And then I could maybe even send it with the prior evaluation, so we can see what we were valued at 2020 and then what we're valued at 22. So we did have an increase on the last evaluation. So what we'll have on this next one, you know, we'll provide that information, but of course we won't do another forecast till May, but we'll have that information in January, probably. January, February timeframe.
And then on the expense side, and as you mentioned, the salaries and wages are the biggest part of it and so forth, but how did you, like personal services there, how did you arrive at those numbers? They didn't change a whole lot, but what are those, the various increases in the expenses? Did you just take the 2.8% cost of?
Yeah, we do about 2% on the teaching staff and about 2% on the classified.
So
for personnel.
supplies and materials, pretty much the same thing. You just used a certain percentage for each year for the increase there, or, okay, so they could be less, you know, depending on, so it's kind of a conservative.
Or they
Picture
have to be
on.
less kind of thing. I mean, you know, because salaries and benefits is so much of a part of our budget, you know, we start like cutting people, you know, we have to make sure our kids have all the services.
Right.
That's a big deal.
Mhm.
Cutting, you know, how much are we gonna buy from the supply vendors? And I mean, it's a good thing to do, but when it only makes up 20% of the budget, I mean, we wanna do that in every area that we can. So yeah, I think we're gonna, just talking to everyone today before I present it, I mean, we're gonna have to just still really start cracking down on every purchase order, every, you know,
What is
every
the-
decision.
under the other financing uses, you've got operating transfers out and advances out. And of course, it stayed the same for each year. There was no increase there. What does that consist of?
Yeah, so the transfers out, I only had, I had an amount for food service. That was kind of all I kept out there, in case food service gets in trouble. Now, in the past, they've given money out to food service, and then we can also pay that money back from the food service balance. So the 60,000 was just sort of a cushion in case one of our funds needed for me to transfer some money over.
It was kind of a, just based on fiscal year 2022.
And then it's the second line.
Same.
Yeah, the second line is to cover like negative balances on federal grants, really only on the end of the fiscal year. And I think we did that this year, of course, it's been done in some prior years. Any federal grants that are out there waiting on the reimbursement to come in, we like to close out the fiscal year with a positive balance. So there would be an advance to cover those, and then the money goes back out. So as far as advances, just the difference between transfers and advances, they're separate, so. But I don't think last year even, the 60,000, I'm gonna have to double check. I know it was 50 for food service. I thought we paid this food service back. So the transfer, I'm gonna have to remember what the 60,000, I'll have to look that up. I know it was minimal, so we just kept that amount flat, went across.
Anything else,
Is
Mr.
there
Mays?
any other questions?
No.
Anyone else have any questions?
And anytime if you ever have questions and you want me to dissect something or pull some reports, please let me know. I'll be happy to provide
Mrs.
that.
Zakor.
Yeah, I have a couple comments more than questions, Melanie. I did take time to read page by page. It's a lot to absorb. It's pretty clear that our the economy in America is going to be touch and go for possibly several years in terms of inflation, rising interest rates, decreased return on investments. People are going to start cash hoarding and holding back. I think it's, this isn't my prediction, it's just what economists, because it's a typical pattern in response to what's on us right now, both residential, both private, both corporate. That's what you do when you get nervous. And I think that the numbers that really stood out to me in this 5-year forecast is I understand there's those 2 renewal levies coming up. That can make or break. They probably will go through, I would think, which is a good thing. But also what really stood out to me is that we have salary and benefits at 81% of our pie chart. So everything that this district is, 81% of that goes to support salary and benefits. And I don't think that's exceptionally high. Do you know what that number usually is in the public education sector? Isn't it around
Might be in the
70,
70s, but I just can't remember.
70s? It's up there. It's always high, okay? However, I just want to say that you've got about 81% on salary, wages, and benefits, and then services at almost 7%. I've always had concern about our services, 1.8 million that this board authorized a year ago on ESC services. We've got a couple of things coming up in the agenda tonight. And you know what? A little here, 10,000 there, 20,000 there, 22,000 here, 16,000 there. Well, it all adds up. And I want to get back to salary and benefits. You said we have to be cutting the budget in every area. Well, let's really mean that. I have said this board, 3 of us on here, took the bold step 2 years ago and we decreased the 100% healthcare benefits to administrators. We voted 5-0 to make it an 80-20 in respect for taxpayers and respect to teachers, because that's what they pay. And it was a good, sound business decision. Little did we know with the advent of COVID pandemic ramifications on businesses large and small, and now what we're heading into, that was sound, foresighted judgment. I would also like to say that since if you really believe this, that cutting the budget in every area is important, then this board, in my opinion, has an obligation to start addressing the Medicare taxes that we pay 100% for administrators, not just the employer portion, but the employee portion as well. And we need to be addressing the STIRS and SERVs portion that we pay for administrators. I want to say this. I understand you've got 2 top people in a school district that you want to vie for, a superintendent and a treasurer. And no matter how big the district is, you have 1 superintendent and you have 1 treasurer. Maybe an assistant treasurer, maybe assistant, but 1 superintendent, 1 treasurer. A district, because that is a competitive, limited environment, a district, in my opinion, can make that concession and dangle that carrot for Medicare or STIRS or SERVs for those 2 positions and only those 2 positions. And everything below that, there needs to be a cutoff that this district is not going to keep absorbing those costs. One board member made a comment that it's not that much for Medicare. Well, it adds up. And who else in America pays for both your employee and your employer and your employee portion? Nobody ever paid my employee portion. It got taken out of my paycheck each and every time. Teachers have theirs taken out of their paycheck each and every time. We need to start being honest and fair and unafraid of these conversations to even the playing field out and to start really meaning what we say, conserving our funds. Because we can do it in many areas, and we have to have this dialogue soon, in my opinion, as this new board. So cutting the budget in every area, I'm all for it. I'm also very scrutinizing, like I said, the 10,000 here, the 20,000 there. I did want to ask you something, Mrs. Fox, because I'm not clear on this. College Credit Plus, we are now absorbing that at the local level.
Correct.
We are not getting state funding for that. Tax dollars here in Tipp City support that. And I want to say too, Tipp City, you look at our pie chart, the residents here, the citizens here, the taxpayers here pay roughly 62, almost 63% of our money that comes to operate this school district comes from the local people. That's very high. A lot of districts, maybe 45, 47, that's high. And I really want to emphasize that because the people here are paying for these schools and they have the right for that input. And that's why I always say you've got to know what you're doing in a board seat because you're the voice for those people. And if somebody is going to be spending 62% of my portfolio, you better believe I'm going to want to know what's going on and have input into that. So College Credit Plus, I don't know enough about it. I'm not trying to get anybody upset. I'm just saying, can we have a conversation on this? Because I don't even know how much it's costing. I don't know, are we required by law to offer CCP? Do you know that? Mr. Stefanik, do you know that?
I believe we are.
Where we,
Yeah, I have to double check the statute. But I believe every school district does. So I believe
well,
it's a
I'm not asking if every
Yeah.
school district does it. I'm asking, are we required to do it?
I would check. the
And then my
statute.
next question would be, if there is a requirement, then how is it? Does funding shift because you're in a wealth factor or something, therefore your local dollars have to pay for that versus another district who may not have that level and therefore they get state assistance with that? I don't know. I have no idea. So I think it's a worthwhile discussion. I have no idea what that's costing and where that's going. I touched on Medicare, SIRS and STIRS for administrators. And I thank you, Mrs. Fox, for your forecast. It is going to be kind of touch and go and plus asking to build new facility. I think we're going to have to be excellent stewards of the money that we have.
Have to.
Anyone else?
It's a yes, we do have to participate.
Yes.
We're required, and it comes out of our student state funding.
I'm sorry.
CCP.
It comes out of
So-
student state funding.
So it's, yeah, go ahead.
So we do receive state dollars for that.
Yes,
It's a
Some.
deduction.
Some,
It's a deduction at the state
the
level.
taxpayers pay some.
So they take it out of that's how they take the money. So they take the money from our funding and to give it to that college.
Okay.
Unless they fail, then we can collect it from them. from the
Okay,
student.
so that's a beginning conversation, but that really tells me nothing, honestly. It doesn't tell me how many classes are we required to take. It doesn't tell me, are we required to have one or two or and beyond that, it's an elective, what the district chooses to offer. And then, where the monetary breakdowns on that, that's kind of where I'm wondering. So when you say, yeah, we're required to have it, we're required to have what?
we're just required to participate.
In,
CCP. College credit.
I
Providing
understand, but
students the
CCP
opportunity.
for one class, for an English class, CCP for a math class, CCP for art class, I mean, what?
Right. Are we excessive in what we offer is what you're trying to ask?
Well, I'm not even asking if we're excessive, I'm trying to understand what the ground rules are.
Mhm.
Just the basic ground rules.
This would be good, like a work session, like a January, February work session, and that would be, I think we're kind of. A
Yeah,
lot on the plate between December and now.
so. Thank you.
So, Mrs. Corrigan.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
I would just add one thing. I just happen to keep this with me all the time, the quality profile that we have for Tipp City schools. And I remember back when I was on the school board before, we were one of the lowest per pupil expenditures in the state of Ohio out of
Still are.
630.
We're still very low.
Yeah, and right now, in our local 9 districts, we are the lowest per pupil.
We have been decentralized before.
Expenditures. So, and that's not necessarily something to be proud of,
Right, I agree.
so other school districts are spending more for their students than we are. It depends on what it's being spent on.
Hmm.
It's not a matter of tighten your belt and just be cheap on everything.
Right.
It's what you spend that money on.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I want to add.
Well, this is a segment thing, but I was gonna say, we have a couple of programs that we offer in our district that are not particularly normal. So they're higher end that we pay for our students. So we're actually doing really well when it comes to our kids, just so you know.
And if I can add one thing too,
Mrs. Fox.
some of it depends on which district. When you're saying, well, Troy, Piqua, Milton. And I don't want to get into their finances, but they do have a little bit different makeup. And some of those areas actually get better state funding, so they have more money to work with. So that could affect your per student
Average.
ratios. I'm just saying, they all kind of have a little bit different landscape. Yep, we are special. Remember
That is true. That is a good point.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Because when I come here, you think about the whole, they all have their different makeup.
Community.
We have very low free lunch.
Mrs. Fox, on your forecast for the levies getting renewed, are you renewing those based on present income revenue from those, or are you reflecting and anticipating? Because my understanding of levies, correct me if I'm wrong, you get your money really at the front end of those, and then after that, they kind of level out until you renew them. And when you renew them, you get typically a much bigger, even for the same millage, you get a much bigger income.
Yeah, well,
Is
it
that
still
right?
depends on the mills. Well,
But let's just say
And the
everything
value.
stay
The
within
value.
the same, doesn't it go up based on the value of the property at that time? When you were putting in your 5-year forecast, the money you were collecting on those levies with renewals, were you basing on the old amount collected or what would be projected?
I believe there's a slight increase of the percent, and I'll have to look at that amount that we've increased on each year for that renewal. I'll have to look. I don't think it's the same exact amount. It's not the same exact revenue as when it passed before, is what I'm saying. Because I go in and put all of the tax rates in, it's a very complex spreadsheet. So the mills and the valuations and all the data that's given by the county goes in there, and based upon the estimate valuation and the mills at the time, and it creates a calculation. So when you're saying the exact amount that we received last time will be the exact amount we receive next time, then that's not true. It should be more.
Okay, but when I'm looking at your line 11.020, it looks like it's almost the identical amount that we're losing that you're adding back in. So that doesn't reflect the increase that we would receive based on the values that haven't gone up, correct?
Correct, and we will have a new valuation this year, so we're
So,
waiting to see what that amount will be.
all right. It makes me feel a little bit better, but comments I would make here is that, you know, the most troubling aspect of our 5-year forecast is even if you throw in the levies back in, we're still hemorrhaging cash to the point where we're going to be in the red. Now, I don't know what traditionally percentage increase you get on those levies if they're renewed. You know, but what I'm seeing here is about a $7 million or $6 million difference, even with the levies. And so that's a pretty big deal that we're losing $6 million a year in reducing our cash balance. And if we're going to be doing budget cuts to address this, the time that has to happen is now, because we can't wait at the point where we're near zero. We need to start cutting now and addressing that immediately, because every year that we don't address it, we're losing roughly 6 million or so. At least at the end, it's going to be a little less because our expenditures won't be as high at the time, but they're going to keep going up. So from my perspective, I don't speak for the board, but it would be, you know, you and Mr. Stefanik that would be relying on providing us an observation as to where we can cut. One of the biggest concerns I have are always outside vendor and services. At one point, the board had requested that you provide a list of all the vendor contracts and what we were spending on those and why. Because I do understand that some of those vendor contracts make sense in that it's less expensive to use them than it would be to have in-house, or it's impossible to have in-house and they're related to legally required obligation, things of that nature. But given our 5-year forecast, I think that that is, for me at least, a pretty urgent, time-sensitive issue. And so I know we have facilities. I know that they're very important. They're very important to me. But we can't, wait till we get one knocked out to address the other. We have to address both of them simultaneously and, in my opinion, contemporaneously. That's all I have. Anyone else?
Yeah, just one. As far as the per pupil spending, I think I would agree with Mr. Maines that that's not always entitles you to bragging rights, but there are, I think, also some factors, the way I understand it, per pupil spending. For example, we're a district where I don't think we're paying for a lot of families' internet access in the home. And that can be a big expense in a lot of school districts. What I'm going to say is that I think it really speaks to our parents and grandparents and how much they value education in Tipp City and the emphasis that they put in. So that smaller per pupil spending amount, I think, can also be reflective of the family's emphasis on education and the value they bring to the overall process of public education. Never dismiss that. And as far as, well, we can't just, reduce everything or this or that, that's to the bare bones. That's not my point. When you're raising kids, they'll hit you up all the time for this and that. When you're going through the stores, they want the new AirPods, this, that. Well, I can afford it, but it's not my budget. So no, you're not getting it. And the thing of it is, it's like wants versus needs. When I first started in 2020, Lean Six Sigma. Remember that? $30,000. This district wanted to spend to get us 9 credits.
Was so terrible.
Even though we'd be 3 credits short of the 12 necessary for the career pathway.
Thank God for you.
Well, I spoke up real fast and quickly on that one.
Yeah, so did I, so did Corinne.
And did the research, and as it turned out, 33,000, and we didn't even take our time because I brought up, well, do you pay a maintenance fee annually to keep those certifications? I don't know.
The answer was no, but then you discovered it was
Yeah,
yes.
But then we came back and
precise.
yes, it was an additional 3,000 a year
That's correct.
recertification fee. Oh, and by the way, since we actually challenged a few things, then they came back and said, well, instead of charging your district 30-some thousand, we'll charge you 20,000. Well, the answer was no and no. Because, and how has our district suffered? How have we set our children's education back by not having that Lean Six Sigma? Well, obviously it hasn't, because we got our state report card. This is the way we're going to have to start thinking. All the bells and whistles and the, and all the, the resume building accomplishments that you put on your resume, that you did this and this, so you can move on to the next, job opportunity. That doesn't necessarily equate good fiscal responsibility or good education. So I just want to say that. Yeah, I'll be on this side of the equation, always challenging the money in the process. I did it when I'm young, and now that I've arrived and I've accomplished, I still do it. And I still think young people need to do it. Be responsible, fiscally responsible.
Recommended action is approval of the 5-year forecast. Is there a motion?
I will motion we approve the 5-year forecast.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Any further discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is public records request 6A.
Basically on this, I know I just reported some updates on the last board meeting. The only thing, we have like 2 updates I've put on the Google spreadsheet, so that's been updated. I have 1 request and a new one we just got in with the attorney for review on some communications. And that's about it. So when I, probably on the December board meeting, I'll have some invoices maybe from Retzel or something. I'll go ahead and put my spreadsheet together and update that information. Thomas has had a little time on some. So anyway, I'll put that little graph in there and kind of update that. And I'll probably also start to update with Kim Hagan, because she has also been helping on our public records requests and putting in a little time on some things regarding facilities. So but that's the only update I have for now. And like I said, the Google spreadsheet has been made correct.
Mrs. Fox. Next item is 7A, the Richley balance. Mr. Stefan, did you want to introduce that to us?
We received an invoice from Richley regarding services provided after the failure of the last bond. The information came after we selected an architect a couple of meetings ago, and the invoice was discussed at the last board meeting, but it was asked to be tabled so that people could research the background of the invoice.
Any questions or comments?
What are we doing? I'm just confused.
Well,
What are we talking about?
so
What's the point of this agenda item?
it was on the last board meeting, is that there was an invoice that was presented.
Yep.
It was tabled to this meeting, and I guess from my perspective, Mr. Stefanik, is that at one point in time, the school district evaluated and researched this issue, sought a legal opinion from our legal counsel, and that opinion indicated that that invoice was not due and owing as a result of it not having been approved through the proper channels. Is that right?
Yes.
And so from my perspective, I'm not sure why we really need to have this on the agenda. I know that it was requested by someone, but
It was requested by me.
I guess from my perspective, this is an issue that's already been resolved.
No.
In that we've gotten an opinion from our legal counsel that we don't owe it because it wasn't approved. And I'm not sure how, as a board member, I can advocate or take a position contrary to a legal obligation that doesn't exist. Like, I don't know how I can do that. So from my perspective, the opinion is the opinion.
I think my statement at the last meeting was, this whole process was before a couple of the board members' time, even on the board, and before Ms. Fox and I got here. And so if the board wants to make a resolution to stand on the previous council recommendation, then I think we can make a response to Richley.
Dunaway.
So, Simon, I appreciate your comments. However, this all got started by you in a facilities committee meeting when you brought up the outstanding balance with Richley. And my question was, you were not on the board then, Simon, so I could not understand how you even knew about the outstanding balance. It had already been discussed and established that we did not owe that money. So then you and I got an email from Mike Richley because he had emailed Mr. Stefanik, and Mr. Stefanik had not replied for, I'll just say, several months. And so then when Mike did not get a response from Mr. Stefanik, he then sent the email to you, Simon, because you were on the facilities committee and you were the one that had the conversation about this outstanding balance. I don't know, I'm assuming Mr. Richley included me on the email because I was on the facilities committee for multiple years and I was the only board member who knew about all of this from firsthand experience. So all of that being said, then it comes up again. And we start getting these emails again. And I put it on the board agenda last month because my stance is very clear. We've already discussed this. We do not owe this money. Somehow there became some type of discrepancy between that and somehow Simon bringing this balance up. Maybe Mr. Richley thought there was a chance of him getting paid. I was not in that meeting, Simon. You'll have to speak for that yourself. I did not want to spend any more taxpayer money on this. We've already decided this. And I also believe, going by memory, one of the underlying reasons why we were not paying that, the contract wasn't even signed. So it was decided that the work was done, A, outside of the scope of the contract, B, the contract wasn't even signed. So I put it on the agenda because we get into these habits of calling board counsel. I'm gonna reach out to legal. We're having all these conversations tonight about our finances. I did not want to spend another $600 of taxpayer money on something that has already been decided. It was just that simple. I wanted it done once and for all. I wanted it done 6 months ago before we started engaging on the master facilities plan. I had a feeling if Richley did not get chosen as the architect, that this would crop back up, and it cropped back up 2 days after.
Point of clarification. This item was brought up during board meetings when Mr. Stevens was still the treasurer. And it's my understanding from what I remember as well is that Richley Architects had indicated that they weren't pursuing those invoices. So, and the opinion, the legal opinion related to these being due or not due was also action requested. And so I'm not sure why comments would be made that I brought this up or I brought this back to the attention of the board, other than what comments I've made in board meetings and what's transpired in our board meetings. I have no contact with Mr. Richley or you know, advocated that we should pay this or anything else. So just want to make sure that that's clear. Mr.
Point of order,
Maines.
point of order.
Mr. Maines.
I guess, as you mentioned, both Amber and I were not present during that time. We have no knowledge of what the prior boards did or didn't do. So, and I hear the information or I hear what the attorneys said, which I rely, heavily on the legal advice that's given. So, but my question is, since it's come back up again and again and again, is what's your recommendation? And Mrs. Dunaway.
I just want to be done with this. We're not,
Okay, so
I would
are
like
you
to
gonna make
recommend that we don't pay the bill.
Are you gonna make a motion then?
I think I made it last month, but I forget why it got tabled.
I don't think we gotta have.
Yeah, my recommendation was that legal counsel has already decided and that we not pay the bill. That was my recommendation. But then it was discovered that for some reason, you, Amber and Ann did not receive those emails. I thought they were sent to all board members and they were not.
Right.
So then my recommendation of not paying this got tabled. So that,
Okay. So
Obviously,
now are you gonna
Yes,
make
so
a
we can
motion?
read them.
Yes, that's correct.
yeah.
Okay, so
I would
make a
love to.
motion so that we can take action.
All right, is that Mr.
That's it.
Mrs.
I
Zakor?
want to put my 2 cents. Yeah, a lot of this seems, and this was taking place, I believe, before I joined the board in 2020. It goes back to the LT ball, if not before, that plan. And since, thank you very much for reminding me of that, since we did get updated on those emails and I did read them, I'm just going to be very frank and upfront with you. I hear what the attorney's saying. We just gave a speech about how we have to tighten our fists and watch all of our budget and our money, but I'm just going to be honest with you. When I read those emails, I'm conflicted because our mantra is be responsible, be respectful and have integrity. And so I'll go with legal counsel, but because how can I not? They're the one advising the board. but I'm really conflicted. Those emails made me feel like, what would I feel like if I were in those shoes? And there is sometimes when business gets rolling, you got the big contract that y'all sign. And then as things develop, you don't always get like a little change order for every single event. It's a handshake, a word of honor. Yes, and so I'm kind of that old fashioned way, and I do believe you should have integrity all the way, and so I'm conflicted. Just gonna put that out there.
Mrs. Drum hasn't spoken yet, but I've got your hand.
I'd just like to make a motion for this to be done. So like us to vote on it and say, let's go. So how do I have to formally say that?
You move for whatever action you wish the board to take.
I move us to not pay this bill and just move past it.
All right, motion by Mrs. Drum
However,
is,
you need to make that.
You make a motion to stand on legal counsel's decision.
That's it.
Invoice is
Thank
not
you.
owed.
Thank you. Go ahead, Simon. You got this.
Mrs. Drum,
Yes,
is that the motion you wish to make?
yes, I would like,
Mrs.
yes.
Drum wishes to stand behind the legal decision of council that this invoice is not owed. And is there a second?
I'll
And
second,
then we don't say it, rather.
yeah, I'll
Mrs.
second.
Mrs. Drum, Mrs. Dunaway.
I also want to comment to Mrs. Secor.
Mrs. Dunaway, if you.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, go.
Sorry. So Mrs. Drum, did you have any discussion further? All right, Mrs. Dunaway.
So, and I don't want people in the community to think that our district is screwing over Ridgely, because your comments make it sound like we are not paying our bill that we owe. So if you would have seen the detail on the invoices, Mr. Stevens went through the actual invoice detail with legal counsel. It was work that we did not ask for. It was outside the scope of the contract, and they did that work without being asked. So that was the determinant. That was the determinant. I don't want people to think that we had a contract with them and they did $31,000 worth of work, and then we said, oh, we're going with a different vendor, we're not gonna pay. That is not what happened. That is not what happened.
That is your interpretation.
Well, it's legal counsel's
You're
interpretation.
entitled to that.
That's legal
interpretation.
counsel's interpretation.
No,
It's
the
not mine.
legal counsel's, no, I take exception there.
This is a court, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mrs. Dunaway still has the
Yeah,
floor.
sure.
When she yields, I will
Yep.
certainly give you an opportunity.
No, I don't want to argue. It's not worth arguing for me. Legal
Sorry.
counsel made their decision. It was decided.
They made a
If-
decision.
Hold on, Mrs. Secor. Yeah, I promise you.
Yeah.
I'll
No,
No,
recognize
that's okay.
So you weren't on the board then, but if you think you know more than legal counsel and more than at the time, the school treasurer, then you can vote accordingly and try to get them paid. But legal counsel and Mr. Stevens looked at this multiple times. Multiple legal counsel people looked at this invoice and the detail and the contract.
All right,
Yeah, I don't want people thinking disparagingly of our district.
Mrs. Secor.
No, I wasn't on the board at the time those events occurred between the superintendent and the architect. However, I was on the board when Mr. Stevens sat over there and gave us his interpretation of how sort of to land on this. And without having reviewed it, what I remember is that it was a little bit fuzzy, that there was some emails which we eventually received, and that it seemed like there was some unwritten understanding between the administrators. Mr. Stefanik was not here at the time, and neither was Mrs. Fox, and that the architect went by that, but technically there was no contract formulated. There was no contract signed on those additional renditions, services, whatever. And so I'm just trying to say that I can see both sides of it. And I can see that it's, I can see it from the architect's perspective based on what I've read and what I recall the treasurer telling us back a year and a half, 2 years ago. And, but I can also see it from our board, our legal counsel's perspective. There is no signed, sealed, delivered contract on it. So it seems to me that it sort of falls into that handshake understanding, hey, I'll catch up later on that. Just go ahead and So that's all I'm saying.
I want to kind of dovetail your comments, Mrs. Zakor. I think I agree that it wasn't as clear as it's been relayed. My understanding of it from when I wasn't here when it all occurred, but is that there was an expectation that the school district was going to run another bond campaign immediately back to the one that failed in 2019 or 20. I can't remember the years, but and that on that, Richley agreed to do some additional work to support kind of figuring out numbers and things like that. I don't remember everything else, but that there was an understanding that there would be something that's done to make them whole or approve a future contract related to additional services, and that never occurred or didn't occur. I don't know the circumstances, but I remember it being very, very kind of fuzzy. And I also share the sentiments that, you know, if you have an agreement with somebody, you need to honor it, and there's something to be said for that. But I haven't read the legal opinion, or I don't recall, but my understanding is that we can't approve it, in that the board didn't approve the services or something like that. Now, if that's not the case, and it can be retroactively approved, then I think it's worth exploring, just because I think that Richley Architects are excellent architect. I think the dedication and the services they provide to this community has been invaluable. And they came in, not, and forget these invoices that they presented, they came in, I don't know how many more hours of work they did to come and educate us on past projects and things of that nature. So I really, really appreciate them, and I think they're outstanding. And anybody you talk to that has had projects, I've talked to a lot of different school districts, boards and administration, and the work that they've done has been outstanding. I've not heard a negative thing about how great they do. And so I want to echo that, but my understanding is that legally we can't. And if that's the case, I don't know how I can advocate to go beyond that. But if that's not the case, then to me, it's certainly something worth exploring, because I do agree that if you have an agreement with somebody, you have an agreement with somebody. Mrs. Zakor, or Mrs. Dunaway.
Well, let's just let this be an example and kind of a lesson. And Tipp Pride was in here earlier tonight, and we've always had kind of a muddied relationship with Tipp Pride. The bottom deal is this: you don't do business on a handshake. You don't do back alley deals. There's no family and friends club. If you want to do business with this district, you come in here, you go to Mrs. Hayden, she does the contracts, you get a contract, then it goes on the board agenda and the board approves it. It's just that simple. Anything else outside of that is not a legal binding contract. And if you're doing business with somebody because you think you're going to get the next step of business, that's just the nature of doing business. And coming in here and doing all that, they got paid for that. They didn't come in here for free. They didn't attend meetings for free. They were paid for that time. They were paid very well for that time. In fact, there were many community members who came in and had a lot of words for the board because they thought Richley was extremely overpaid for the amount of work they did, for what they charge us for the renderings. So I just motion that we vote on this.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is 7B, treasure goal updates. Mrs. Fox.
So I have attached my treasure goals. I'm kind of working on these for a while now, trying to just really narrow them down. Because I know before I had some that were somewhat general, probably just pertain to my duties. So number one, I have help lead the district toward a successful levy process. Create timeline for the board and parties involved for the ballot timeline. This would apply for both operating levy renewal. And I put a new replacement levy. It's kind of a goal for me, but I don't know if it's something that we can do. So that would be actually to replace the renewals. So maybe possibly they could become continuing. These renewals we have now, we have to vote every time and they'll always have to be renewed. So that was a goal, whether that's by the end of the school year, that's just something that for the district. And then timelines just for the bond levy specifically for construction, so. I'm already getting my situation together on that. I know, like, we do, just for example, if we go for a November, we need to have everything ready, voted on and out of the county in August, like first week of August, everything has to be final, so. But I am gonna start to build that timeline and on the right column there, maintaining contact with the facilities committee as well as the auditor's office to meet the requirements and deadlines and share this information with the board and the community regarding the timeline for the levies. So, and number two, Mr. Patrick mentioned that, reviewing the vendors used for district services and evaluate their needs and the reason for future renewal. So there's quite a few services that we use. That's gonna be a whole administrative team effort to try to, go through, do we really need this for curriculum? Do we really need this for technology? This year, it seems like more and more software is out there than I've ever seen before. Curriculum, you used to see more books, now you're seeing software. Some of that stuff does come in supplies, some of it's services, but anyway, just going through those vendors and looking closely is important to me too, because that's going to really affect some of our, our budget there. And tracking the progress, of course, meeting with the admin and other departments along the year, even probably after into, February, March timeframe. I think, for example, I can think of Dawn Scott. She's great. She's already, we don't need this, and we got to get rid of them, and this is the greatest thing, and just kind of thinking who we can get rid of. But in the spring, we'll have to make those decisions. So when the school year starts, we can make changes. That's happening by August. And the third one there, offer a new voluntary vision insurance plan for the district is one of my goals for benefits. We do have, we're trying to get something through IVED that we can present to the benefits committee. And I know I've been trying to, Tyler and I we're gonna get with the union, we're gonna do our benefits committee as soon as I get some more information on wellness. So I've got something in the hopper on that. Staff wellness is a group effort with those that are involved. And we still have to kind of get together with Mr. Stefanik and kind of decide what exactly we want to have for our wellness and the budget. And there's different packages out there and activities. So we're trying to get with Premier Health, USI, our benefits broker, and just trying to get to the bottom of that, as well as how wellness can in turn save some costs for the healthcare. My last comment in there, I mentioned the new software packages for wellness tracking, but finalize research on school fee vendors for next year. I kind of put that in there together because I know that providing that to our families and pay schools is through the treasurer's office. And I know we're working on it, trying to determine if that's going to be our vendor for next year. It probably needs to be determined in the next couple months if there's anything that we can change. I think more and more we're just kind of looking at the timeline and making sure things are ready for when the school year rolls over. If it's something internally we need to improve on the process to prevent issues from families, running into this stuff online when they go to pay the fees, or if it's just simply we need to just cancel the contracts that we have with vendors and find new ones. Some of these vendors, there's not a lot of vendors to choose from when you have like a power school over top of your student database. There are a handful of vendors, but there are not many. So, and then kind of what we have to offer where we can track the amount of payment and where it goes on the accounting side, it's a complex layering of technology. So in the meantime, I've even found out some other school districts that have the same products that we do. And what I think, even myself and Amy Jeanette, that's dealing with this in the treasurer's department, we're gonna try to maybe reach out to Kettering schools. They have Pay Schools, Power Schools, and Marcia Brunner. And so we're gonna see what they experience and how to hedge off these catastrophes. You know, is it a timing thing on the district side, like the data they need, or is it something that the systems are creating? Because I think that they're designed to work together. But I think if they don't have the data from the district, then it doesn't work together properly. But they're not necessarily telling us what they need to, maybe like by April or May, or what's gonna happen on July 1 when everything rolls over from the last school year, and you know. So that is the last part of my goals. And I'm hoping to get, you know, like I said, by spring, on a lot of those three, I'm sorry, well, these three are my main goals. I would like to know, you know, get an update for you all. Even January, February timeframe, just to circle back around and kind of see where we stand. Anybody have any questions?
Mrs. Fox, all right, go ahead, Mrs. Strong.
So I just, last time we talked, when we talked about it, I said like you needed specific goals and then how you're gonna track them. So I'm not sure if you understand the tracking part. So for example, if you're reviewing vendors and district services and evaluating needs and reasons for future renewal, the way you're going to do that is meet administrators and departments. The way you track it is by creating spreadsheets and creating documents for you to look at the two. That's how you track. So like, I think you're still a little confused on the idea of creating a goal and how to track the process of completing the goal. So I don't know if you've looked up SMART goals, but they need to be specific, measurable, action, realistic, and time-oriented. So that's my advice, is to go back over this again.
Okay, so are you asking for like a monthly schedule, or because some of these,
Yes, something to show that you are tracking progress over time. Whenever you create a goal, it has to be trackable. So like if I'm in a classroom and I need to determine whether or not my students are understanding a certain concept, I will create a pre-test, an actual test, and a post-test. My students have to create a certain percentage of passing in order for me to determine whether they understood it at the beginning, they understand it in the middle, and they understand it at the end. If my students at the end are not understanding it, they're not passing it by a certain percentage, I have to go back and rework my problem. So like, that's what I'm saying. This is still all goals. There's nothing to measure what the end result is. There's no measurable outcome.
well, I am trying to have them completed by the end of the school year. So that's, and as far as, you know, working with staff and, you know, I will certainly try to come up with some more,
Like
better
benchmarks.
dates.
Benchmarks.
So
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe send some benchmarks or add another column. Benchmarks.
Okay.
Is that? kind of
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
benchmarks?
There has to be like,
yeah, when we talked about this at the last meeting, I think Mrs. Drum and I kind of gave you some examples. So let's look at your first goal. The first goal, help lead the district towards successful levy process. You know, I think that needs to be more specific in its statement. So, for example, if your goal were
What's success?
lead the school district to pass a bond levy for facilities and combine the emergency levies or something like that, or because I think you've mentioned that you want to do that before, then your measures of success could be, or your you know, by December 1st, have identified and presented to the board all deadlines by March have identified all filings or have filed all filings necessary. Because there's
Okay.
a filing coming up. I think it might be before the end of the year. I don't remember. I know that this school district got burned once on a bond issue that didn't get filed. And I don't remember the timing, but I remember thinking, oh, wow, that was pretty quick. And so, you know, I'm not sure why that's not even, like, I'm not sure why that is a goal. I think that should be done already, like the timing. This other thing I make a comment on is the second goal that you've got, where you say review vendors used for school district. That was actually a board directed request that was requested about, I think, almost 3 months ago now.
Yes.
That's not a goal, that's a deficient request that hasn't been acted on. And then the voluntary vision insurance plan, stuff like that, I think that makes sense in the software stuff, but I'm not sure why that's the treasurer's position, I guess. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think that makes sense. But to me, what's most distinct is the absence of our 5-year forecast and how we're going to address that. Address our financial shortfall and our plan and you know what that process is going to be like. You know, one of the biggest things that I've noticed is that, and I notice it when there's an overdraw on one of our accounts, is that there doesn't seem to be a budget process with our, for example, different departments. And so we end up overdrawing certain accounts and not, and then I'm like, well, what was the budget? How did we go over budget? Why did we overdraw this account? And it's clear to me that we don't have that process in place. So to me, you know, maybe a good goal would be, I don't speak for the board, but, you know, making sure that every single line item has a budget and identify who's making that budget, and that you understand what that budget consists of, so then you can then present it to the district's board members. Right now, I'm not sure, you know, what our budgets are for different line items and where those are generated and what the income's coming from. And I don't think the school district knows where the income's coming from and where it's going as far as reporting into different accounts. So I appreciate you tweaking this, but I think that this is like a budget to me. It's like for a plan, a goal update, it's going to be like identifying what those are, when you're going to finish that, and the measure of success is, you know, I'll have all the deadlines identified by December 1st of 2022 for the renewals, for the bond. I will have a presentation on options related to replacement levies, or, you know, whatever you're going to be doing or what you're going to be recommending by February. So, but, you know, and then the third one is going to identify, you know, a committee to get the word out. And then measure success is November 2023, a bond passes, or whatever the year it's going to be. But I think that those things are what that would look like to me. And if you want to look at that Ohio Treasurer evaluation system that we had forwarded you, that WASBO puts together, would be a good way to do your goals. It has kind of like your template there that you could use. So I would encourage you to think that through. But for me, the biggest issues are, how are we going to finance the school district? How are we tracking what people are spending, and is there a budgetary process? And, you know, how are we going to address the fact that we're going to be in the red, while simultaneously ensuring that we've got all the timelines and what we need to do to pass a bond facilities levy, as well as address the expiring levies that we have financing our operations. Anybody else? Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah, so Melanie, I just think, you know, if you use that OTES format, that works really well, because that's the format that we use to do your annual review. So then we're all speaking the same language. And then it's really easy for us when we do your review, because everything's already in the appropriate box. It just kind of walks us through that. There's no surprises. We're all on the same page. But I would have to agree with Simon. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I was just
Yeah, okay.
agreeing, sorry.
No, you're right. So I would have to agree with Simon. My most pressing concern right now is the 5-year forecast and addressing the $6 million deficit, getting the community to understand that. And it just seems weird that we're talking about a deficit and building a new school all in the same meeting. So we have a lot of mountains to climb, and I think we can climb those mountains. Right now, the best thing that we can do as a district is communicate, 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 communicate. There's no such thing right now as over communicating. The more we tell our community about, the boilers, the roof at the high school, the Nevin Copic roof, the $500,000 technology upgrade, we just don't want there to ever be a surprise. If we have bad news, that's fine. Get it out there, get in front of it, address it, and we can move on. But yeah, I would suggest using that OTES format. And then you can know where to put your benchmarks.
Anyone else?
I'll say one comment.
Go ahead, Mrs. Secor.
Just based on some conversations, I just want to thank Mrs. Fox for your attention and desire to follow process and your desire to see that all employees are following the process, whether it's providing receipts, whether it's getting purchase orders first, whether it's, deciding, is this really, is this a justifiable expenditure? And who does, who oversees that justification? And so process, I think, is extremely important. And, I understand the wheels just keep turning and there's a lot going on. So, but I just want to say, I've always sensed that from you, that you are very process oriented, and I appreciate that greatly. On this, I would say your goals, I personally never like to mix 2 goals in one sentence. So offer a new voluntary vision insurance plan, that's one.
Yeah.
And then as well as new ways to encourage staff wellness, I would segregate those 2 out, because the strategies that go with offering a new voluntary vision insurance plan most likely will be different strategies than what you would use to encourage staff wellness. And I think strategies well-defined and measured and documented is what helps you obtain your goal. So, and I know you're very goal-oriented on the process and the procedure, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Next item is Mr. Stefanik's goal update.
Can we get your goals into board docs somehow? Because they're not in board docs.
Yeah, I'll put them in. Yeah.
Are you tired of me asking you this every single meeting?
Well, no.
Why do we not have stuff in board docs, Barb?
The-
Honestly.
And I'll speak to that here. With these, again, and I'll change my thinking, but I don't think drafts, I don't think drafts necessarily need to be out there. I think that the final documents are posted, and I think that's the more effective thing to have out there, and not just in board docs. We will post them in,
This
yes, we will-
is going to be in board docs.
yes, and on the website.
But why was it not in board docs when we got this on Thursday or Friday? Because I was not able to,
Is that in the old meeting, Mark?
but you know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
no, and that's what I thought it was
Put
uploaded
it
at
in
the
there.
the minutes of the old meeting, and it
Okay.
wasn't. I went back and checked, and it wasn't uploaded there.
Right.
This was originally presented back in September, and I thought it was uploaded after that meeting. And I looked in there, and it's not.
Right, because I missed that meeting, so
Oh,
I spent time looking for these,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so as a board member, I had to come here unprepared because I'm just now seeing these. Because I did not come to the September board meeting. I was dealing with a hurricane, as you know,
Understand.
and nobody,
Okay.
it wasn't at the board office for me. So here I am looking at this document tonight for the first time.
And
That's not fair to me as a board member.
Understood. And again, I thought that we had included it in the minutes and it was uploaded after the first meeting. And I apologize that it wasn't, but I know that in the past, in other districts, other superintendents I've watched, not only will this end up when it gets into a finalized state, not only will it end up in board docs, but it ends up on the superintendent's page as well. And so it would go there. When I presented this the first time, did not have follow-up questions, but I'd be glad to introduce the information again. The number one priority for the school district is facilities. And so that is listed as the top goal, or in this term, it's called objective. It's listed that to facilitate that process, to make sure we get to the end result by summer, so that we're prepared, to put something on the ballot in November. If the board decides that needs to be backed up to May, then this whole timeline gets pushed forward, and we make sure that the whole process is done, before May, and it goes on the ballot then. Again, working first and foremost was to get an architect, approved. And so that was a process that started first and foremost, then working with the architect and the what we would call the administrative executive committee will create a timeline, based on what the board's wants and wishes are. If you want to shoot for May and really get ambitious, then we can create a timeline for that. If you want to look for November, then we can create a timeline for that, to include all the pieces that we have said are, important to our process, and community input, staff input, multiple options that everybody can process, and then come to a final decision on the way we want to move forward. And we'll work with OFCC. I'll be one of the main contacts with OFCC as well, and make sure that we've got the process from them fully understood, and we'll get the documentation from that group and continue to work with them throughout this entire process. Second piece that was talked about was technology. In the time that I've been here, the technology has not been as smooth or as efficient as we want it to be. And so we're looking at the entire system, from all the pieces, parts of the infrastructure, to the software that we use, to any program that we use for anything, whether it's the business side of the school district and records, or whether it's the educational side. And we'll look at all of that to do an overhaul. And again, with a quick timeline to make sure that we've got the technology systems, and you can define systems any way you want to, but have all those systems upgraded and prepared so that by next summer, we're ready to start next school year with enhanced infrastructure and more efficient systems for the business operations and the educational operations. At the same time, you see the evidence about the third bullet down, allocation of resources. So we're looking at federal funds, state funds, local funds, anything that we can use to assist the technology upgrade process. And we're going to align those systems to make sure that we have the maximum number of dollars that we can put towards this effort. And the last one, again, it's not the last one, it's always the first one, but it's the third one on this listing, making sure that while we're doing all of this other work, that student achievement and school district and student success continues to move forward. We had a very impressive report card, but we're challenging our BLTs, our TBTs, and then we will create a DLT, district leadership team, to oversee that entire process, to make sure that we continue to make improvements along the way, find the areas that we weren't as successful with on the last report card, and move those things forward.
Any questions or comments?
The upload will happen. If there are no questions or comments, we'll consider this the final draft of the first thing, and we'll get it online.
Am I the only one that has comments? Okay, so first of all, I think this is extremely disappointing. I'm just going to start with number one. create a facilities process that will result in a bond proposal. What do you consider a facilities process?
Everything from the start of the discussion to the finalized successful bond on the election.
Okay, so that is pretty much Kim Hagan and Garmin Miller. So I don't really understand how that is you specifically. Kim and Garmin Miller are going to be doing all of the work. Melanie will be doing all the financials. So that is your number one goal. And I don't really see that being any of your ownership. It's mostly Kim's department and Mrs. Fox's.
I disagree. I see that as a team process, and as a person that's been through a building process,
Okay.
I believe that I will be integrally involved in that, the activities of all the groups working forward. Yes, Mrs. Hagan's going to be integral to that too, and Melanie will be as well.
So these meetings with Garmin Miller, how important are they right now, do you think, to the district, the Garmin Miller meetings? You're calling those the facility, right? The facility committees, is that what you call your little, it's
Well,
you, Kim, Liz?
Yeah, the update meetings, yeah.
But isn't it called, you guys meet every Wednesday? I think you said in your, with your board
Yeah,
update,
we will be meeting every Wednesday.
and you're calling it, yeah, what do you call that?
The executive administrative group.
That's what we're now calling that, okay.
Yeah.
So are you attending all those meetings? Are you showing up on time?
Well, as much as I can, with all the other demands of the district, yes.
Are you staying the full meeting?
I stay as long as I can, unless something pulls me out that I feel is a priority.
So if this is your number one goal and you're coming to the meetings late and leaving early, I'm really kind of concerned.
That's fine, that's fine. I understand where you're coming from.
Number two,
Yep.
facilitate the audit of technology systems and resources in the district so that upgrades can be completed and the system resources become assets to our educational program. Well, that's Thomas,
That's Thomas doing a lot of the heavy lifting, yes.
for sure. That
We're
is,
working with and if you have other goals you'd like me to introduce, I'm open to feedback.
so I'm on number three.
Okay.
Continue the implementation and enhancement of OIP, including improved BLT operations, formalizing TBTs, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's just part of your job. Every superintendent in the world does that. That shouldn't be a goal. That should be an expectation.
Well, actually.
If you're not doing that, we have really big problems in this district.
Well, actually, before we started this process last year, Tipp City did not have an organized school improvement process in place.
I remember Mrs. Dahl brought this to our attention because she was absolutely, I don't even know what the word, gobsmacked. She could not believe that our district did not do this. But you're now starting your third year. So, I mean, this would have been an awesome, first year goal. So here's where I am.
It's an evolving process.
Well, you have to stop using COVID as an excuse. Other
I didn't say
superintendents
COVID. I didn't say
and
COVID.
I did, and other superintendents in the whole state of Ohio all dealt with COVID across the United States of America. They did not use that as an excuse to not do their basic job functions. Here's what I see. You are the superintendent / CEO of our district. To me, your number one goal should be climate and culture. The climate and culture, to me, sets the tone and the pace for our whole district. We do not have a climate and culture in Tipp City schools. We had a parent come in here tonight and say they are leaving our district as the person who has been one of the driving forces behind Tipp Pride. That parent volunteer, whether we think they're successful or not, that's besides the point. That parent volunteer who has very passionately spent their time away from their family, their job, weekends. I know what it's like to be a volunteer. They have left our district due to unaddressed bullying issues. This is not the first time we've heard of unaddressed bullying issues in the district. I've dealt with it as a parent. There's been other board members that have dealt with their children being bullied, and the school doesn't care. Tipp City Schools does not give two licks about bullying. Very rarely do we punish the bullies. This is what we say. Okay, you child, you're the one that's getting picked on. So we're just gonna set you in the first seat behind the bus driver. But the three kids that were spitting on the kid, throwing backpacks at the kid, punching the kid, throwing the kid into a seat on the bus, those kids, we don't do anything to those kids. They're left to harass the next victim. So I think if I were the superintendent, this is your third year, I would be trying to address the climate and culture. That seems to be a common theme. We have the lowest morale that we've ever had in this district. We have the highest absenteeism we've ever had in this district. We have a superintendent who doesn't know the names of our staff members after being here going on 3 years. How do you not, we are not a big district. Knowing the names of our staff members does not seem extremely difficult. When we set the climate and
Point
culture,
of order. This is.
we're talking about goals.
Okay. This is not a time
I think it is.
to
When is the time?
levy criticism.
Is it criticism or is it helping someone do their job? Because you don't ever want to criticize Mark, but you want to criticize Melanie and rip Melanie, down to the shreds on
If
every
you-
single
if you-
item.
if you
But you don't
wish-
have anything to say about, you're going to blindly
If you-
support Mark.
If you wish to criticize the objectives and talk about the things that need to be addressed.
I am, I'm talking
In
about the
general
climate and
sense,
culture.
that's one thing.
Mr. Stefanik asked me what I thought his goal should be. I think it should be climate and culture. We clearly don't have a positive climate and culture in Tipp City schools. It's very, very obvious. That to me is a goal. He asked my opinion, that is my opinion. Another thing, mentoring. We have so many new staff members. 2 new people at the high school, they just started their 2nd year. We have 2 new people at the middle school, they just started their 2nd year. We have 5 new people at the central office. Climate and culture should be 1. Number 2 should be mentoring. How are we mentoring these new staff members? Right now, as far as I'm seeing, where I'm sitting, it's a big fat goose egg. There's 0 mentoring. You can't mentor people when you're sitting in your office all day. It just doesn't work. It's physically impossible. That's just my opinion. Climate and culture, work, which would take care of the bullying issues, and then mentoring. I think that would be time well spent. And then if you look at what the community wants, I always go to this, we paid a lot of money for K-12 to come in, and they asked us superintendent search profile. Let's just go to page 11. Ranking of top and bottom 5 important characteristics. Now, this was the parent group, the community group, the staff, the board members, and the students. Number 1, ability and willingness to deal fairly with faculty, staff, students, and parents. Number 2, a leader with strong interpersonal and public relation skills. Well, if we don't know teachers' names, I really have to question number 2. Number 3, effective organizational and management skills. When we're coming to meetings late, leaving early, I don't see how number 3 is working. Number 4, effective at creating and implementing a vision for the district. We really don't have a vision for the district. If we do, nobody knows it. So I'm just going to go with we don't have one. Number 5, personal involvement and interest in the community. Your superintendent parent committee started out with 25 people. We're down to 9. So I don't think number 5 is working very well either. So in addition to the climate and culture, mentoring and bullying, I would just say, go to page 11. I know you still have this book because we've discussed it. Go to page 11 and see what the top 5, the top 5 goals were of Tipp City. This was parents, staff, students. Pretty much we touched every demographic of our community. This is what we want in a superintendent. And then I would say to myself, I would get the goals and I would say, how is this working on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? So that's my suggestion, but I know I'm your hardest critic because I'm not going to blindly support a superintendent. I get elected by the taxpayers to hold you and the treasurer accountable. That's my job. The community members don't do that. They don't get to vote on you staying here or you getting a new job. That's the 5 of us. So I don't work for you. I am your boss. I think some board members think that you are their boss. I don't think that. I know you're not my boss. My boss is the community. And I'm fighting for the community. And that's why I have a real problem with your goals.
Anyone else? I think you've got good goals here, Mark, but I think that the biggest problem I have is that there's nothing related to our 5-year forecast. The budgets, all that it's clear to me that as an administration, we do not have a good sense of what we're spending, where it's going, and how it's coming in. And that's a big problem for me. And I think that that can only be solved by a joint effort between the superintendent and the treasurer. And I'm not sure how, when we're looking at an operating deficit of roughly $6 million in 5 years, or $1 million, we're gonna be in the red in 2 or so. How this is not on it has to be on this list. And it has to be a joint effort, and it has to happen quickly, in my opinion. Anyone else?
Well, I do have one.
Go ahead, Mrs. Secor.
The district did something very new, and that was the elimination of the assistant superintendent position and creating 3 new positions that I don't think this district has ever had. I may be wrong on that.
No,
Do you know
we never
anything
have.
about that, Rick?
No, we never have.
First time for director, human resources, first time for a curriculum director, and first time for exceptional children. Office of Exceptional Children. I think a very meaningful goal would be the evaluation, return, the ROI, return on investment, if you will, for those 3 positions. Because I will speak to one of those categories. I think we've even gotten, I looked at the numbers. I think hopefully the other members looked at the numbers. When you look at Office of Exceptional Children, this is near and dear to my heart, because just being an intervention specialist, strike that, just being was wrong. Being an intervention specialist is a big deal. It's one thing. But in addition to that, it also requires knowledge of the legal process. And I think that if we're hiring somebody to be a coordinator for that whole division, that they need to have that fundamental working knowledge and not be calling our board attorneys every step of the way and running up large bills because they're uncertain. And especially when so much of that is already available to one online. You can do a lot of self-educating on that. So I think that is very valuable to review the 3 positions, but especially that exceptional children, because it is affecting students, it's affecting parents, it's affecting our budget in terms of federal laws and legal entanglements and getting out of it. And so I think that it's a really important goal as the overall director of operations, if you will, the entire district, to take evaluation of that. Was it a good, sound business division and decision? And is it the concept, or is it the person fulfilling that needs to be changed or improved or whatever, evaluated? Because I am having some concerns, and I don't know how it's working at the high school. I know at one time the counselors out the high school were doing the 504 plans. They were not just contributing to 504s, they were managing the 504s. Yes, they were managing them, and it was a big time drain to them. And so by bringing in this, thinking about the return on investment again, the taxpayers are supporting and creating this new position. Has that changed? I don't know. Are counselors still doing those 504s? And if so, why? In God's name, why?
Well, the counselors are involved in the 504 process. They always have been.
Excuse me, please. There is a clear distinction between being involved in the process, which they should be, whether it's transition planning, whether it's, input to aptitude and career. That is an entirely different situation than taking the plan, creating it, managing it, monitoring the timelines, they're owning that. They're owning that. And that is not within the American Society of School Counselors. That's not their position statement on it. It doesn't serve the general students well, because that's a very time-consuming event. It doesn't serve the 504 students well, because the knowledge base is not as expansive as it needs to be to create those 504s and manage them and understand the legal applications. So I'm not intermingling those. They're very distinct entities. And my question is, now that we have this coordinator, are the counselors managing the 504s?
Not at the level they were managing them before.
So the answer is yes.
No, the answer is the process is changing and more people are taking their roles in the 504 process.
So to
Not at
me,
the level they were
Mr.
before.
Safani, because this is a new division, if you will, if you look at it as a corporate entity, you're creating a new division. And I would really be reflecting back on the return on investment of that division. And again, is it a process thing, or is it a personnel thing, or is it both? Because it has big ramifications and big benefits as well.
Anyone else? Thank you. Next item is consent agenda items. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move.
All right,
A
motion-
second.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor, second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Means,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Next item is 9A. Records and organization meeting date.
I move to take item 9D and turn it into 9A, so the guest here in the audience can do her, not new business. 9D, library trustee approval. We have somebody, I believe, waiting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I seconded.
All right. Motion by Mrs. Zakor to move library trustee approval from 9D to 9A, seconded by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum.
Yes.
Dunaway,
no,
Means,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Next item on the in the meeting is going to be 9A, library trustee approval. The recommended action is to
isn't that
approve.
9B now? Because D was A.
It's 9A.
It's 9A now. Recommended action is to recommend to approve Bill Wendell for the trustee position on the Tipp City Public Library Board of Trustees starting January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2029. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Mays, seconded by Mrs. Strum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Means,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Abstain.
Motion passes. Next item is 9B, Key Behavioral Services Contract fiscal year 2023.
did we skip records and organizational meeting?
No, it's been moved to 9D.
Oh, you switched off those, okay. Thank you.
This item was tabled on October 24th, 2022 regular board meeting due to lack of information provided to the board. The recommended action is to approve the service contract for fiscal year 23 with Key Behavioral Services. Is there a motion? All right, I will move to, for the purposes of opening up discussion, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion by Patrick, seconded by Mr. Maines. I yield my discussion time to Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik?
Yes, Key Behavioral Services contract. The contract, as it stands right now, did not need to be on the board agenda because the amount does not rise to the amount that requires board approval. But there's a possibility that there might be some other unique behavioral systems coming down that need this independent, assessment service that we're looking for. The service provides not only assessment services about unique behavior needs of students, but it also provides staff training once they have recommendations on how to address unique behavior needs in some of the students. We would like to investigate this as another resource for providing for our students' needs. And that's why we put it on the board agenda for approval. Again, the initial contract is a $1,500 contract, but as time and or additional services are requested, it could get to the upper thousands threshold and possibly even get to the $10,000 threshold at some point. So we want to provide it to the board on the front end rather than on the back end.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Just a real quick question. Why is Mrs. Ramsey not here tonight to discuss this? Because this is her department.
Didn't ask her to come. I've been involved in the contracts like this in the past, and so I decided to take it on myself.
Okay.
If the board would like to have a meeting with Ms. Ramsey before they act on it, we could have her here at the next meeting.
I was just curious because typically whenever there's an agenda item on it that involves the high school, you'll make Mr. Barnes sit through a 2 or 3 hour meeting. I think Mrs. Ramsey has been in once in the time of her employment, and it was only for a few minutes. And so this would have been a wonderful time for her to come and advocate for her department, dovetailing on Mrs. Zakor's comment from earlier, which ironically is an agenda item that I added for later in the meeting. But why are we paying this person, and is it worth it, and do we need it? Do we need her? So this would have been a great time for her to come in and kind of sell herself. So the
Okay.
fact that she's not here and nobody thought it was important enough for her to present this, item gives me a lot of information already.
Okay, well, she offered, and I said I thought it would be something that I could discuss.
There's a difference between offering and being a leader and saying, hey, I'm new to this district. This is a newly created position. Right now there's a lot of negative feedback going on with her department. This would have been a great time for her to come in and kind of own the conversation. So she missed out on that opportunity. She shouldn't have asked. She should have volunteered and told you, I'm coming in, I'm doing this. This is my department. I own it. I'm proud. I'm coming. See the difference in the two, asking versus coming in and stepping up. We need people in this district to step up. When I see attorney bills referencing this department, that absolutely is unacceptable. When we employ people to do their job, they should, as Mrs. Zakor said, they should come with a certain knowledge base. And I
Point of
really,
order, that right now, the motion before this board is to approve this contract.
we're having
It's approved.
discussion on the,
We are going into criticisms of a public employee on the record in a public meeting. I would recommend that we stick to the content of the contract, questions relate to the contract, the services it provides, please.
I think that because we created this position, the person in that position should be able to do these things. They're pretty basic to the job. That's my comment.
Any other questions?
And then also, oh, go ahead, I'll let someone else talk. I had a contract thing.
So, Mr. Stefanik, I guess from my perspective, similar to what Mrs. Dunaway is saying, but I don't know, is why do we need this contract? Why don't we do this in-house?
Okay, we do some of the work in-house, but at times, and I have been part of these contracts in the past with students. At times, if we don't believe we're addressing the student's needs to a level where the student can be as successful as possible, we look for a specialist group or specialist agency to come in and assist. And again, if this was just an assessment company, I don't think the contract would be as attractive. When they said that they'll assess and they'll come and they'll work with our staff to provide professional development to implement new techniques and new supports for the students. I think that's a better use of services.
Mrs. Zakor, then Mr. Mays, I got you.
Okay.
So I would expect, functional behavioral assessments are just standard routine to be expected events in dealing with special needs kids. And I would think that somebody who is a director / coordinator of that whole department would already be able to conduct those in-services and helping manage behavior through expertise, experience, and training. And so that concerns me greatly. If somebody is not able to mentor that to those, below, then I question the expertise of that individual. And I don't need to hire, if I'm going to be doing an ICU in-service with, an entire department round the clock staff, I don't hire somebody to come in and do what I should be doing through my own expertise and knowledge and certifying and giving us continuing education unit credits. And so somebody who's a coordinator should come equipped with handling a lot of these behaviors. Now, can there be exception? Of course, but isn't that where you can pick up the phone in very unique circumstances and get ESC's involvement from maybe one of their behavior specialists? Again, I have reservations. We were talking about the money and the budget earlier. And what I have reservations on, it's a slippery slope because maybe you start out, you think one kid in particular. Well, then by the end of the year, that's turned into 3 kids. And by next year is 5 kids. And then you're kind of farming out your responsibilities overall. And it's easy to do, when somebody else. So I'm having a real aversion to all of this concept. I don't know why we're not just picking up the phone on an as needed basis for ESC and they're certified behavior specialists. If it's so infrequent, and as far as teachers managing certain behaviors, again, to me, that's just that can be done through the top down, that department head through expertise and her level of training and experience should be imparting that to staff. I don't get it. Really not getting this. I'm gonna be honest with you. And conducting functional behavioral assessments, before you even get to determine what the behavior is and what the fix is, so to speak, just the assessment of the FBA it's a pretty straightforward process with the team.
All right, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, a couple questions. We talked about bullying tonight. Is this the type of behavioral analysis they're looking at? No. Okay. All right. So then I guess my question becomes, and this is kind of piggybacking on what she just said. We're also looking at this resolution for participation in purchase service contract with Miami County Educational Services. Do they do this stuff that we're looking at in this key behavioral services contract?
They do, just like our psychologists do, they do functional behavior assessments. But if our folks believe that it's at a higher need level or a higher tier level, then you look at bringing in somebody else, because the functional behavior assessment and the plan that we came up with isn't being as successful as we wanted it to be.
So these are for really bad kids.
No, it's not bad kids. It's students that exhibit behaviors for one reason or another, and a lot of it could be body chemistry and again, it's a special need. Then it's how to address that, because it's not. I'm choosing the words here. It is an identified disability or handicap. is what that is. And so if the processes we're putting in place aren't being effective, so that student can be successful, we look for some specialized assistance.
Have we had this type of issue before in prior years, or is this just something that just came about?
I've had it in other districts in prior years. This
But
type
in
of-
our district?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Zakor says yes. In the past, we didn't in the past 2 years that I've been here. But we have a situation now that we would like some additional information on how to best meet that student's needs.
But it is something that the other County Educational Service Center could also take care of. Or you're saying that Miami County Educational Service Center doesn't, I guess, handle these hardcore cases as well?
Well, they can, the psychologist that we use, and that's the person who runs the functional behavior assessment with the team. The psychologists that we use come from the ESCs. So they're helping us already with our local process, our local design of the student plan. And we're not helping that student to be as successful as he possibly could be. And so we're looking to see if this service does another assessment and provide some additional input on how to meet the student's needs.
Mrs. Drummond?
Okay, so I guess I could, I'd like to hear it from somebody who's maybe in the trenches, so we can understand a little more, like Mrs. Ramsey coming in and talking about it.
do that.
Because I feel like some of that's getting lost in understanding of it. And then I guess too, if we're already getting that, I guess I'm confused too on if we have ESC here already working with this student, and this is where it's getting murky for me. Then why isn't that training already happening if they're here? You see what I'm saying? I'm murky on the details.
Why is the ESC providing the training to?
Yeah, or like,
meet the
why aren't
student's
we
needs?
sending someone there to go to the ESC and get the training that's needed? I guess that's why I'm confused as to why we're looking at a bigger contract. Like, I feel like there's pieces missing that I don't.
Okay, and I would have to check, with Ms. Ramsey on what she checked
Okay,
as far as the ESC, but my thoughts, we have psychologists from
Yeah.
one or the other ESCs. And I believe if they felt the training was available at the ESCs, the psychologist would tell us.
okay, that's
what's
what I was
available.
trying to, yeah. So I was saying, it feels murky. I don't, yeah.
Understand. If we would like to wait and have Mrs. Ramsey here to address it personally.
Yes, I would think that would be good.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Well, so here's the thing also, this contract is dated June 16th. So why are we just now getting this? It's June 16th, 2022.
Mhm.
This is November.
It will, well, the initial contract, again, if it doesn't meet the threshold of cost, wasn't gonna bring it, and then as we started to study it, we said like there might be more needs in the district and it might grow, so I said, let's present it. And I can't remember, well, I did believe this was tabled at least once, but.
Only once.
Yeah, from the September meeting.
Last
October.
month,
Yeah.
Yeah, because it says it's supposed to start October 11th.
Yeah.
last month.
So it was something that, we just decided to process as the year began.
So I guess my question is, what have we been doing from June 16th to now? It says in here, we're gonna get billed at $52.50 an hour. So I don't want to get into another situation like Richley, where Richley, did the work thinking that they were under contract. It was never board approved. So now is this gonna be another Richley situation? Because this is June 16th, 2022. We're in November.
Yeah, that's when a proposal was presented.
Okay,
There were no
so-
students here in June.
Right now, they haven't done any work. We don't have an outstanding balance with key behavioral services.
I will check if they started any preparatory work.
Because that's a really big issue.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to get into a
Right.
situation.
No.
We already spent how much time on Richley? 4 years, how many meetings, all kinds of attorney fees. So
Okay.
my other
Yeah.
question would be this, it's $52.50 an hour. So if we are going to do this contract, is there going to be some kind of cap on it? We don't want to come back a year from now and find out that this was $15,000. And I go back to my original point. We hired Mrs. Ramsey to be the quarterback of this new department to could take ownership of the 504 IEP WEP. So that assumption was that you hired her, we didn't, we approved it. The assumption is that she came in here with a certain basic knowledge to do that job. She also received a mid-contract raise. 1 year into a 2-year contract, she just got a raise. So now we're looking at a $1,900 contract plus $52.50 an hour on some unknown amount that can be $5,000, $10,000, or $15,000. So if we need this, my question is,
Do we need that?
we don't need Mrs. Ram, you know what I'm saying? So what have we gained by creating that position? That's all.
So.
No, you're good.
I've got you, Mrs. Zakor. So when you know, I'm always going to wonder why we're using outside vendors, but I just want to understand. I think what's been presented is that right now the scope of services in the contract is apparently expected to be less than what's required from the board as far as the costs. So you would need our approval, but because there's a possibility and it might go beyond that, this is why it's been presented to the board.
Yep.
Additionally, it's my understanding that the services that they would provide, the scope of services appears to be outside of what our school district at least may be able to provide because of some special cases with some students that have needs and services that we're not able to accommodate to be their best, which is a legal obligation that we have as a school district to be able to do, correct? All right, and I guess then that's all I have. All right, go ahead, Mrs. Zakor.
So one of my hopes, because I really was so heartfelt that the community, this is something they wanted, that coordinator for special, I'm going to call it exceptional children, the correct, okay. This is when you have to have a really hard and real conversation, because sometimes, maybe even many times, children get labeled with behavioral needs because their basic fundamental needs are not being met and they're reacting to that. You can't shove a square peg into a round hole. It does not work. And when you accompany that with certain diagnoses, or not even, it doesn't even have to be a diagnosis, but certain, aspects, it can be disastrous. So I don't care all the behavior specialists you bring in, hopefully that behavior specialist would identify, what are you doing here? No wonder this kid's reacting this way. And so it's not always a fix for the kid. Sometimes it's the adults that have to slow down and look at what they're doing. And why are we not servicing this child correctly right from the beginning? And now that we've discovered this or that, whether it's in reading or auditory or whatever it may be, now that we have this new information, why aren't we taking it and running with it and evaluating it and see how this child responds academically and behaviorally? And I'm just not quite sure that this district is up to that. I mean, I feel like sometimes of course we do that. Well, no, you don't, quite honestly. I know cases where no, it's not happening. And it's unfortunate because it manifests through the child and quote, undesirable behavior. It also manifests through attorney invoices because, a parent hires an attorney, so now we have to bring in our attorneys and back and forth and this and just, and I have no idea here, but we did have, God love him, a parent come in and share his real sincerely felt frustration. I don't know, any knowledge of the base cause of all that, or else I don't want to, but you got to wonder what's the antecedent here. Because if a kid is in this class and every teacher here knows this, and if the cat's getting kicked in that class, they bring that baggage of frustration into the next class.
Yep. Or the hallways.
or the
Or they're getting into
hallways.
fights in the hallways. or
Am
the
I wrong on
bathroom,
that, Mrs.
Or
Stroh?
they're getting into fights in the
Right.
bathroom. Yeah.
And so we have to
They
have
carry it with
these,
them.
we have to have these real conversations, and I just feel like sometimes service is service. We're gonna give them service, we're gonna, that's not always
No.
the real fix.
We're just throwing money at it. It's not, yeah.
Instead of having the hardcore conversations with sometimes the adults. How did you miss this? Why didn't you think about this on the evaluation team report? Why didn't we test for this a year ago? Well, now that we know this, why aren't we delivering over here in phonics? Why do you keep shoving this on them? Why do you keep shoving that? You see what I'm saying? It's sometimes the adults we have to take it. And after we've done the adult thing, then we can talk about the child. Okay, sorry.
Mrs. Dunaway.
Well, I have a piggyback on to what you just said, Ann. And I think kind of one of the themes tonight has been having the hard conversation. And then one of the hard conversations is, this is exceptional children is a very kind of unique, it's very emotional. That work it's very heartfelt, it's very passionate. And sometimes you don't get the right person in that position. Like, my personality is, I have a very distinct personality. I don't think anybody would ever picture me as a preacher. I don't think I'd make a good preacher. I cuss too much. That's not a good job fit for me. So sometimes we have to have the hard conversation of, we really love you, Teresa, but this job fit is not the right job fit for you. And those are just hard conversations that you have to have. And, we rely on you for that. We rely on you for that because, we don't see those employees. We don't have these day-to-day conversations. We hear the parent that comes in and has a passionate moment, but we rely on you for the day-to-day. And then we, the five of us, when we're hearing lots of kickback in the community about certain departments, whatever, then we hold you accountable. So it's kind of like, not like crap runs downhill, it runs uphill, right? We're coming to you saying, hey, what are we doing, so that.
Climate culture.
Yeah, climate culture, for sure.
I would move to table this to the next meeting, so Mrs. Ramsey can maybe answer some of the
Second.
more specific questions. All right, motion by Patrick, table to the next meeting, seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. And when I say next meeting, I mean our next regular meeting. Any other discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, if you can take the vote on tabling this item to our next regular meeting.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item has been tabled until the next regular meeting. Next item is 9C, Miami County Alternative Education Program. Recommend actions to approve the service contract for the 2022-2023 school year. With Miami County Educational Service Center. Is there a motion?
Oh,
I will move so we can start this discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Patrick, second by Drum. I will yield my time for discussion to Mr. Stefani.
For a number of years, Miami County has had an alternative education program for high schools. And they offer the program to all the districts in the county. Several school districts have been asking the ESC to see if they can come up with an alternative education program for middle schools. And they define middle schools as 5th grade through 8th grade. And they came up with an alternative education program where they have educational and therapy services to help students with behavior choices, structure of school, and it's for students that frequently visit the office for behavior issues. Yes. And so with an alternative education program, and again, I have background in this as well. When you design the program, you ask students to stay in the program for a set number of weeks so that they can actually benefit from the structure of the program and the therapy services that are provided there. And so the seats that you purchase are rotating seats, if you will. So somebody could be in the seat for the first 9 weeks, and if they met all the goals academically and behaviorally in the program, then they return to the middle school, or in this case, we have 5th grade at LT ball. So LT ball or the middle school. And then if another student has needs, for the program, then another student can go in that contracted seat that you purchased. So you could have multiple students in one contracted seat during the school year. Trying to look at the number of seats, just put 3 seats out there. But again, if you have 4 marking periods in a year, I would say 9 times out of 10, you typically don't have students in the program the first 9 weeks. But so if you have 3 marking periods but in the school year, the 2nd marking period, the 3rd marking period, the 4th marking period, you could have a different student in each of those seats for the 3 marking periods if they're making progress, on the goals that were set in that program. So when you're looking at contracted seats, if you purchase 3 seats, you very well could be servicing 8 or 9 students, in a given school year if your district has that need. So that's the way an alternative education process works. This is a brand new program. It's operating out of Troy, and not the Troy schools, but in a Troy community center. And so the students would go back and forth to that community center for these alternative services. 3 seats was a number I put out there. The board does not have to, approve all 3 seats. But I thought the size of district that we have, and with some of the challenges that do get presented to our offices now and then, that we might have some students that could benefit from this program.
I guess my biggest concern with this type of contract, this type of service, is that we're sending our kids away from our school district versus servicing them. And
Amen.
and because the superintendent, not that you would do this, Mr. Stefanik, but I've seen this happen in another school district where, student makes some bad choices, this superintendent doesn't want to deal with it, puts them in an alternate school like this, and it's not even something that can be appealed to the board, I don't think, because it's the superintendent's decision. Right. So,
Yeah, it's not a-
And again, I just, like you said, not to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm not wired that way.
I know you're not.
When we were in the alternative program, we worked to transition students, back to their home high school and their home middle schools as quickly as we possibly could. And so that would be my expectation for this alternative program if we had students there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I appreciate your feedback. That's the purpose of that, talking to you about. I guess it makes me a little nervous. I feel like, we're investing a lot of resources into trying to assist children with needs that are exceptional, and it feels like this is kind of passing the buck. I don't know. All right, Mr. Mays.
I guess my concern would be if I was that kid and you're sending me away to another school for 8 or 9 weeks, whatever it is, and you bring me back, I'm gonna be embarrassed.
You're labeled.
Yes.
You're labeled.
Yeah, the other kids are gonna, he's
Exactly
back.
what I was gonna say.
Boy, they sent him.
The
he
bad
went to
boys.
jail, Yeah, I mean, that I would be, if I was the kid, I'd be embarrassed. And if I'm the grandpa, I'm not gonna feel too good about it either, but that's just my personal feeling. I feel that, if I was the kid,
You might come back very angry too.
does it compound the problem?
Can I make one piece on just this is a situation for students who have hit the suspension level multiple times. And so instead of being out of school for those days, this is a way in lieu of the suspensions or further suspensions, they could be in an academic setting where they're actually getting some help with some of their behavior decisions. And that's what these programs are designed for.
And I guess Mrs. Zakor, you're up.
And then I, you sure?
Yep.
Okay, a couple questions. Yeah, so I was just gonna sort of ask you, what is the algorithm here for this? I mean, first of all, does the student or the parent, they don't really have a choice in the matter? If
No,
it's just unilaterally driven by a superintendent, is that correct?
no,
Okay,
It
so
kind- it kind
so
of-
let me
it
put
kind
it
of
this
mirror-
way.
it kind
Let
of
me put it
mirrors
this
an
way.
IEP
Let's say it's my
team.
child.
Yeah.
And problem, this, that, and you're like, "Oh, I want him to go to the Lincoln Alternatives, and I'm like, oh, no, that's not gonna happen. What do you do in a situation like that?
Well, then we would have to come up with some other alternative plan here.
So you
to
can't
see-
force that on the student or the family?
You could, but it's not typically effective if everybody's not supportive of the process. It's not, you want everybody on the same page.
And now do you,
Might there be people that force it?
Mhm.
There might be.
and,
I
and,
found
and
that
this
some
can
of those
apply
don't.
to all student, general ed as well as special needs, it's across the board.
Yes. Primarily more general ed, but they do have somebody on staff that services students with IEPs as well.
So I would just echo what Mr. Main said, I just can't, I think you'd feel sort of that. Hey, I'm gonna reveal my bias, I wanna go back to quick paddle, that's it, get back to the classroom. It was done and over with, and I was going, no. But you know what, I went through that generation, and you're not scarred really, if you think of, I know a lot of boys that got, what are you smiling there, Rick? Were you one of them down there, got?
Yeah,
All the time.
I grew up in the paddling generation.
You know,
We got paddled.
yeah, and you just go, because you're not excluded, you're really not excluded.
No one even knows you got paddled.
Well,
Unless they were in
a
there.
lot of them like to show off and it's
Yeah.
bragging rights, but
Oh, it's bragging rights.
but something about saying you are not welcome here, you cannot come here, it can be very detrimental, I think, to the adolescent. We learned that through zero tolerance, how much that backfired and how we're going back to correct all that. But I just agree with Mr. Maines, I think it could be very hurtful and, even exacerbate, make the kid feel even angrier or I have reservations.
Mrs. Dunaway.
So I I agree with Mr. Maines and Mrs. Zakor. I am 1000% against this, and I'm just gonna, real simple. We are labeling kids. You're gonna come back, oh my gosh, here comes Teresa, she's a bad girl. She went to the Lincoln Center again. What did she do this time? Set a house on fire? I mean, you know what I'm saying? So we just had the counselors in here this summer talking about mental wellness and, but here's what we do in Tipp City schools. We pick and choose how we hurt kids' feelings. Oh, we're not gonna have a valedictorian anymore. When we have a valedictorian, it hurts all the other kids' feelings. Nope, we got rid of valedictorian. Are we gonna get rid of high school quarterback? How about the kids who aren't quarterback? Their feelings are hurt. Are we gonna get rid of the prom king? What about all of the kids who aren't prom king? So it's okay to hurt kids' feelings and have a quarterback and a prom king, and we're gonna send you to the Lincoln Center, but we're not gonna have a valedictorian. We have Tipp City schools. We choose how we hurt kids' feelings and how we give them stress and how we give them anxiety. We need to fix the adults in the room, not the students. I think that's the problem. And if we fix the climate and culture, some of this might go away. Maybe the kid that is going to the Lincoln Center is the kid that's getting beat up in the bathroom every day. Maybe it's the kid that goes into the bathroom at the middle school when the urinals are being ripped off the wall. And he goes in there and says, oh my gosh, I don't want to be the kid that tattletales. And then he goes in and tattles. And then hi, Mrs. Ramsey. Hi, how are you? Well, I'm doing good. And then all of a sudden, that kid has stress and anxiety because, you know what I'm saying? If we fix the climate and culture, we might not need to own 3 seats at the Lincoln Center. Fix the climate and culture. That starts with the adults in the room. Absolutely. And another reason, one thing I hear from parents a lot is the parents of, the kids that would potentially be at the Lincoln School. This is what they say. We get the emails. The school is not following my 504. The school is not following my IEP. So when we have parents reaching out to us saying, you're not following my 504, you're not following my IEP, now you're sending my child to the Lincoln Center, now we have a lawsuit. I mean, that's not good at all. That's what we don't want to happen. And then most importantly, I just think we have a lot of situations where the school is not addressing the bullies. We heard it from a parent tonight. The school knows who the bullies are and we did nothing. So I don't think we need the Lincoln Center seats. And it's $25,500. I think we need to start with the adults. What can the adults do better? And what are the adults doing wrong that we need to correct? Let's make sure we're following the 504s, following the IEPs, and following board policy on how we address. We're supposed to have a zero tolerance for bullying. That's a joke. We don't. We allow bullying. We absolutely do. I would like to see the climate and culture change so we don't need this.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Mrs. Strong?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if you gave a scenario in which a kid might go to this school. Like, what are we talking about?
What does that look like?
What does that look like? Because I think that there's maybe some misconceptions on what that would actually look like.
I'll actually use some of the terminology that's been used here tonight. So let's say that you have a bully in the school or a labeled bully in the school.
Okay.
He has been suspended multiple times for inappropriate behavior towards students and or staff.
Okay.
He comes to the office. Suspensions have happened. Suspensions aren't necessarily, a change in behavior. He comes back after the suspensions and he behaves a similar way again. So in order to stop that cycle, because while he's being suspended as well, he's actually missing academic time. And although when he's absent, the other students don't have the disruptions and they have possibly better academic time.
Yeah.
So this student would go to the Lincoln Center and he would be able to have academics there in a small class setting, and then he would actually get therapy. So services on what to do when you lose your temper, so that immediately
So like
you don't
coping
go.
mechanisms.
Yes,
Yeah,
so you don't
totally.
exactly go to fighting and things like that. They say that they have a minimum of 9 weeks. Again, having an alternative education background, sometimes the student's there in the smaller setting and with the therapy right there as a support that's right there in the program. They ask to stay longer than the 9 weeks.
They do.
So they're getting success, the things are happening, and then they almost do like a step down. They work their way back, and then they work their way back to transitioning back to their home school. So that's a typical, it's another resource to deal with the students that might be labeled as bullies, might have a very frequent behavior infraction record, that gets sent to the office multiple times.
Okay. And then do they teach them coping mechanisms as well as to like how to go back into the school? Because if they've created an environment that is negative for them, do they teach them those kind of things to be able to go back into the school and, okay.
And they actually went, and we talked about mentoring tonight. In that program, there's a mentoring component where community members, come in and actually act as an adult mentor, for the students as well. Why it's important to focus on academics, why it's important to be respectful and follow the rules, behavior rules in the school, so that the student can have success moving forward once he transitions back to the home building.
Okay, so it's kind of a win-win situation because the child who's having these issues gets the attention and the things that they need while the classroom can still work. And then when the child comes back, there's that environment in place for them to be successful. Fantastic. Thank you.
That's the hope. Yes.
I think my biggest concern with this is that there is not a mechanism. So I know the administration as it is today, but 10 years from now, I don't know who the superintendent is. And so if you got a superintendent that just doesn't get along with a certain child or a family, and they decide, well, they're going to Lincoln Center, there is no appeal to the board of that decision. And so I think that if we did something like this, I would want some policy change that allows that decision to be appealed to the board as it relates to this, because it is,
Big deal.
it's a big deal.
Very big deal.
Because and I don't believe that anybody in our administration would ever abuse this, but I have seen something happen in a school district far, far away, south of Ohio, in southern part of the state, that really shocked me to find out that that could occur. So I'm not necessarily opposed to this, because I do think it does provide an alternative to like getting expelled, and it gives you, you know, a road back. But I also feel like there needs to be an ability to appeal that decision somehow. That could be a joint policy revision, but I think that if the school district feels that this is important, I'm inclined to support it, but I would like to have some policy discussion related to adding some ability to potentially object to this decision by the family or the student. Anyone, or Mrs. Drum?
Would it be possible to like talk about this at a work session? To,
Yeah.
like, put it into like practice and figure out a policy for it then?
Mr. Stefanik, do you think that? Does this have, do you think we have
Yeah,
some
'cause
time to
questions
do
that
that,
have
or
to
does
be
that have to be
done.
active?
Can I ask the obvious question? Do we currently have a pending like situation where we should do something now? Is that a fair question? Like, is there,
This is another one of those situations where, if we were just going to, do one seat, that is below the price structure for the board, and we could do one seat as a look-see if.
But do we have a student right now that this is, that,
Do we have time to table this to a work session, or is it
Yes, or
something
is it
that we?
If it's something that you need to consider, yes, there's time to table.
okay, I wanted to make sure there wasn't like a situation where this has to be decided by Friday.
I would make a motion to move this to the next work session.
Probably like in January.
All right, motion by Patry, second by Mrs. Drum. All right, Mrs. Fox, please take the vote on tabling this to the next work session.
Patry,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Gaines,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. I see Mrs. Ramsey's here, and I would, and were you coming to address the key behavioral services contract?
I can address whatever you'd like.
I would move to take
We
from
do
the
it in a work
table.
se- Yeah.
I would take, no, I would move to take from the table the key behavioral services contract. We've already spent a good amount of time today. Mrs. Ramsey obviously came here to.
I will gladly come back. I have no issue coming back. I can discuss whatever you need.
Thank you for that.
So I've moved to take it from the table and bring it back. If it dies for like a second, we'll move on. If there's seconds, then we'll discuss. All right. Having no second made, we will move on. The next item is 9D, records and organizational meeting date. The recommended action is to set the meeting date for the time records organizational meeting for January 2023. And I believe
It's usually the first Monday, but that is the second. So I'm assuming the 9th.
the recommended date, January 3rd, Mr. Stefanik.
Oh, we're doing, oh, Tuesday, yeah, Tuesday? Well, because we used to do work sessions on Tuesdays, so.
Is January 3rd Tuesday?
Yeah, January 3rd is a Tuesday.
Make sure you check your calendar.
I won't be here on the 3rd, but it doesn't matter, there's 4 of you, so it's not a big deal. Oh.
Yeah, the third
You
is
have a
on
quorum, that's
Tuesday.
3. Is it okay on the 9th or the 10th?
I think we have to have it.
I think it all has to be finished by the 15th. And
Yeah,
that's,
so we
that's for the,
Yeah, we picked the committee.
budget.
the financial.
Yeah,
the financial.
and we have to
committee.
destroy the records and
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
committees and all that.
Yeah, the records review
It's
committee.
a 15-minute meeting usually.
What about the 4th? You won't be here on the 4th?
Yeah, I'll be here on the 4th. I'll be out of town then until the late on the 3rd. I can do the 4th.
I'm good with the 4th. If I'm not
Rick?
able to attend, we can just,
Yeah, as long as we have 3 people. Are we good with the 4th, Rick? I mean, for now?
Sure.
Okay, isn't it
So-
5:45 usually? It's like a 15-minute meeting.
Whatever you want.
I like that 5:45.
Well, they do it
Well,
like
I
for
think the
15 minutes and
5:45, you
then
do the records, and
Yeah.
at 6 o'clock, you do the
the
organizational
organizational,
meeting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which the organizational takes like half an hour.
All right, so there seems to be a consensus of January 4th with the records and records meeting taking place at 5:45, organizational meeting taking place at 6 PM. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Fox, their motion for the board is to set the records and organizational meetings for January 4th with the records meeting at 5:45, organizational meeting at 6 PM. Please take the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, next item is the item 9E, financial district snapshot. Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah, so Melanie, a lot of it was described in the 5-year forecast.
Excuse me, we did not do the pro tem board.
We don't do that at this meeting, we do that in
December.
December.
I mean, you can do it whenever you want, but usually it's like the
Oh,
last
you're
meeting.
right, I'm
It's usually
sorry.
the last meeting
I
in
didn't read
December.
that. I'm
You can do
sorry.
it in January. I mean,
My apologies,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
You good?
Yeah.
So a lot of it was discussed in the 5-year forecast, but no one's gonna go through a 17-page document, buried in board docs. So I think it would be awesome if we did just like, our emergency levies, when the school is gonna be paid off. Just like real, something that you can look at with one quick eye glance and say, oh, I get it. Does that make sense? When our levies are due, when our bonds are, when the high school is gonna be paid up, all those like little financial benchmarks, so that the community has just one quick financial snapshot that you can look at and digest in 30 seconds.
So timelines or
Well, you already did it.
dollar figures, okay.
You already did it in your 5-year forecast, but right now it's 17 pages of verbiage and charts and
The
just make,
assumptions
yeah,
and
just make it real
those.
simple. Just, so people can see, 2023, emergency levy renews, high school's paid off, 2024, just kind of like walk the community through, where they know their money is going, what's gonna come up, so you can get your mind ready for that. In budget, we're in a recession right now, so people need to start planning for, are my taxes gonna go up, all that type of stuff. And then, it's important that we celebrate the high school when that's paid off, because that's a huge milestone for the district, that we pay for the high school. That's something to celebrate. So you want to, take that opportunity to thank the community for that.
Right. So would this be,
There's no like, it doesn't have to be like a right now thing.
Right.
I just think it's a nice thing
Add
to put on the, maybe you can put it on the treasurer's page. Maybe if Liz or
Okay.
Mark think it's appropriate, sometimes we do like those quick little banners on the Tipp City
Website.
Schools page. She leaves it up for maybe a week or so. Those changes, her pictures change, frequently. And then you can take that and put it permanently in your treasurer's section or the board section or the finance section.
Okay.
But I think it's helpful for people to see that.
Yeah.
Visualize it.
Layman's terms,
Yeah.
kind of.
Right.
All right, anyone else on that?
Thank you.
Time is now 9:45. There are 5 more things that were added to the
They're
agenda.
super fast.
All right,
Like just right now, there's boom, boom, boom.
okay, all right. Item 9F.
I would like to request a meeting with the TCEA. I know the TCEA president's here tonight. I would just like an opportunity to meet with Mr. Hoffman and some board officers or your board officers, right? Union officers, what do you call them?
Executive officers.
Executive officers. I just think we've got 2 new board members, you're new. I have some questions and I just really want to get feedback from you guys. Our job is to employ the superintendent and treasurer. And, you're the ones that work with the superintendent and treasurer every day, day-to-day operations. We don't do day-to-day operations other than seeing Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Fox, once or twice a month. We really don't have like, so to speak, data. And I would like to, get that from you guys and get your thoughts.
So are you asking for the board?
I'm
to
making
set
a
up
motion to
meeting?
request a meeting with TCEA
Okay, as an individual or as?
as a board. Yeah,
Okay.
not just me. If the board wants me to, If the board wants to pick 1 or 2 members and filter the information back, that's fine.
I'm just
I don't
trying
care.
to understand what you're asking.
I want to get data from the TCEA on the superintendent and treasurer. That's what I'm trying to do.
So the motion made by Mrs. Dunaway is to set up a meeting with the TCA as a board as it relates
Or 2
to,
individuals. Whatever the board wants. Would the board prefer to have 2 people or all 5 of us?
so if you wish, you can make a motion, it can be opened up to discussion, and then we could further explore it.
Okay, well, I requested the meeting with the TCEA. Oh, so now I need a second.
So I understand that you voiced a desire to meet with them, but if you want to make a motion, you have to say, I move, so it's understood as a motion. I yielded the floor to you for discussion. So your motion is to meet with the TCA
Correct.
as a board, and is there a second?
I'm second.
All right, second by Mrs. Zakor. Okay, any other discussion, Mrs. Dunaway?
If we don't want to do it as 5 people, if that's too much of a time constraint, we can do 2 people and they can filter the information back. It does not matter to me. And I don't care who the 2 board members are. I trust everybody. So does the board think it's easier to have 2 or 5?
G, if you want to make a comment, I just want to, questions, we'll ask if anybody wants to talk and they can voice their opinions. Is that all you have, Mrs. Dunaway?
Yeah.
All right, is there anybody else that wishes to be heard on that?
So this would be a public meeting, right?
Yeah,
It would be.
for sure.
And the purpose again is to do what?
To gather information on Mrs. Fox and Mr. Spunk.
So or anyone else? Go ahead, Mrs. Drummond.
Well, I'm just curious if it's permitted, that's my first question. That would be my question. Yes.
So
You do whatever you want.
So the issues I have is I'm not sure I haven't read the agreement in a while, but I'm not sure whether we can do that. We'll be discussing items in a public meeting as it relates to the performance of 2 of our public employees, which are really personnel matters. And so I think
Executive session.
that if it did occur, I think it would be, we need to understand how and when we can do this. So the first is it, allowed by our agreement? And, what is the venue for this? I feel that it's important that any type of meeting like this would have to be the entire board, because if we're talking about seeking information as it relates to the superintendent treasurer, it's not something you want to have information relayed, because 1, you could ask questions that you may have, and it's just impossible relaying information 100% with 100% accuracy. And so I guess from my perspective, I don't think it's necessary to do that unless the TCEA desires to do it. And then if they wish to make a complaint or something like that, there's a process for that. Or if they wish to have a conversation, there's a process for that. And so I was asked to meet with the TCA, just regularly with Mark, I think at the beginning of the year. And my response to that was, I don't have authority to meet with the TCA. I'm just one individual board member. If they wish to meet with the board, then they can request that audience. And so I still kind of stand by that. And if the TCA feels they need to speak with us as a board, then certainly I'm willing to do it.
Oh, do you have something to say? Okay, so I don't see this as like a grievance situation. I'm just trying to have a conversation, right? Because we talked about goals tonight of the superintendent and treasurer. We don't work with Mark and Melanie on a daily basis. Our teachers and our staff do. So, I don't see the harm in having a conversation. How do maybe they're going to come to us and say, I sit in all these board meetings and I hear the board members say, Mark's not a good communicator. We think he communicates great. I mean, we don't know what they're going to say. We're here to be a successful district. So why would we not want data and information? It doesn't make any sense to me. If it needs to be an executive session, then so be it. We can do it in executive session.
Right, Mrs. Zakor.
My thoughts are, since it's not being prompted by TCEA, I don't believe, then we've already done the evaluation. I guess I'm not quite seeing seems like it's sort of after the fact. We've already done the evaluation process. And that's,
Yeah, I agree.
and I feel like there's just so many other big issues that we need to be jumping on.
Employing the superintendent is the most important thing this board does. I mean, that is our big issue.
And nobody's,
Point
I'm
of
not,
order,
dis-
Mrs. Zakor has the
I'm not disputing that at all. Of course it is. I'm just, I think we're cross-talking. My point is, what's driving the so-called need of this? I'm not seeing it. You know, the evaluation's been done. TCA hasn't come forward. If something happens tomorrow and they change their mind, fine, come forward. I guess I don't really see the driving need at this point. That's just my thoughts.
Mrs. Drum, I think you had your hand up.
No, I, just the same thoughts. I think I'm right in the middle.
Any other discussion? So the present motion before the board is to authorize the board to meet with the TCEA. So meaning, yes, we're gonna meet, no, we're not.
But they don't want to meet.
All right, so,
They don't want to meet. I think we've gotten that message.
so Mrs. Fox, please call the
Call the
vote.
vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
No,
Drum,
No,
Baines,
No,
Patrick.
No. All right, motion fails.
Good enough.
So next item is superintendent survey 9G.
Yeah, so I was wondering if the board has any interest in doing a superintendent survey with the staff and or the community as we as we're ready to enter, the third year of his third year contract. I feel like that's valuable information and it's something I think we should do. So that's my motion, that we do a superintendent survey with community and staff.
It is almost 10 o'clock. We've still got 4 other items. I would move to table items 9G, H, I, and J until the next work session.
I'll second.
Any discussion related to tabling this to the next work session? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote. The motion is to table items 9G, H, I, and J to our next work session.
Patrick,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Drum,
yes.
Dunaway,
No,
Zakor.
yes.
Motion passes. Items 9G, H, I, and J are tabled to the next work session. Next item is 10A, citizens' comments.
Just clarification point,
Yes, sir.
there is no work session in December.
It's,
Just
the
checking
next
that.
work session we've got.
do we need one?
No, I'm just saying if people thought that there was a work session coming up in like a couple of weeks,
Okay.
that there's not one until after the organizational meeting. Just making sure everybody knew that.
Thank you. Do we have any other citizens' comments, Mr. Stefanik?
We only have one meeting in December, the 12th.
No. Okay. All right. Next item is 11A. Before we do that, I am going to take I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute recess. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Drum. Time is 9:52. We will resume at 9:57. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, all right. Motion for a 5-minute recess passes at 9:53. We'll resume at 9:58.
He's not told me, sir. Okay.
All right,
We're up.
we're now back
Yep.
to the board meeting is 58. Next item for executive session is item 11 or 11A for executive session. There are two items on there. The first item is executive session authorized for purposes of under education policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment compensation against a public employee or official. The second item is the same policy in Ohio Revised Code to consider a complaint against a public employee or official. Potential people that may be invited in are Mr. Stefanik, and there could be official action afterwards. And is there anybody that anyone else anticipates in inviting into the executive session?
I don't know what it's about, so I don't know.
What about the second one?
What about the one you called?
No, nobody.
All right. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Or a motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second? Potentially.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Motion passes. We are now adjourning to executive session. It's 9:59 PM.
We'll make it.
We are now returning from executive session. The time is 10:53. Next item on the agenda are future board agenda items. Anything to add? Next thing is miscellaneous upcoming meetings. Next regular board meeting will take place on December 12th, 2022, beginning at 6 p.m. And then the next regular board meeting will take place on January 4th, 2023, beginning at 5:45. There's nothing else. I understand a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second,
All right, Mr. Mance and Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Means,
Yes.
Dunaway,
yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
and Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. We are now adjourned. Time is 10:54 p.m. Thank you very much.